Thank you for the raid, Hellish Mist. Have a good one. But that's okay, Sean. Hellish Mist doesn't show his face. He just shows his hands. So we just know what type of guy he is from his hands. And he's obviously a very strong, independent, well-organized man. If you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you.
Still
are we winning, Levi?
Sharp is kind of
yes, we are
now.
winning.
So he's, he was pushed back a little bit on the bottom, but he's pushing towards the left on the top.
Because no matter who wins, the Terran still wins.
Not yet.
Although we're losing because I couldn't fix the light.
Tanks up here, and speed uses
I'm having issues with my light.
Clear as much as he can,
it's flickering. I don't know why. One of the light bulbs died yesterday. Nice, 96% Valiant Boy. Sheesh.
And you need to rely on
that's
things like
so close, Valiant Boy. 68,469. J-Dog's like, yeah, I know. I used to be one of the 6 dragons.
In the second
okay, I was on another page and I come back over to see I deleted the message. Make me curious how bad it was. But I don't want anyone else in trouble to satisfy my curiosity.
Yeah.
No, it was just one of those viewers.
Distraught.
You know, buy viewers at this .com.
Looking like, and each game like this is a precious snowflake.
Nice, thanks Valiant Boy for the 8 cents, man. You're fueling my career, man. I really, really appreciate it. You're an amazing dude, Valium. Like, holy shit.
Skill intensive for both players.
Is that, like, when the
hey,
dust
Valiant
settles
Boy,
here,
yeah.
it goes back into a 2-base
True,
Terran versus
Valiant
a
Boy.
3-base Protoss.
I
So we were
believe.
talking about the problem
here.
I love how Adoc
Oh,
sometime
man.
is so
Oh, no
fed
way.
up cause of us. You can say fuck
Uh-oh.
you MFK,
Gamer
you're an
alert.
asshole.
He's
Adoc's
getting the
true
Reaver
Valium
drops up off over here. I mean,
B-O-Y.
it's a perfect takedown. I think speed. I could not be judged if he.
Indeed,
beat it out here.
Valiant
He
Boy.
doesn't have to. He's fighting for his turn.
That's
of
the
life,
idea.
Like, man,
Well, we'll fix the lighting tomorrow, hopefully, guys. But as always, remember, you can't say fuck you to your friends. Who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. It's like console commands in some porn games. It claims it works, but nothing actually happens. True, Sean. It's so true. That's like...
Do not drink water.
That's like...
Do not leave your seat. Do not move your feet. Do not stretch. Do not go to the bathroom. Have another toke.
Yeah, because I'm not gonna follow them anyways. So what's the point in making actual rules, right? And I have to drink water or drink something after I have a toke anyways. So forcing me to have a toke, that means I'm just gonna drink more water. One of the main things that separates the good celestial beings from the bad celestial beings. So even at the end of the day, Gaia won't break her code in the idea of the greater good. Because it's technically not the greater good, because she knows at the end of the day they're all going to die anyways, whether they're eaten by anima, they die of old age, or the planet eventually erodes away. Eventually they will all die and return to her. So she's not going to sacrifice one of them on a wish and a whim, knowing that it's all going to return to her in the end. I believe we're just receiving the signal. We don't actually output the signal. We're just the vessels to receive the signal that's coming from somewhere else. And we only experience the minute effects that this physical body is able to portray, essentially. And that's translated through the physical into the non-physical through your brain. Through, like, some sort of mechanism in quantum mechanics with, like, wave-particle duality and, like, collapsing of the wave function. Quote of the day. Dwarves are a jape of the gods, but men make eunuchs. Alright guys, thanks for sticking around and hanging out. We had a good day today, right? Happy Easter, happy 420. And remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Difference between soft world building and hard world building. Kind of the same difference between soft magic and hard magic. Are you revealing a lot of your world through the story, or does the world, like, knowing the vastness of the world and the complexity of the world not matter to your narrative? Because most of the things in his world are derived, like, or like the things that are mentioned are derived from our world because he comes from our world as like a isekai form. So it's like their world is more going to be impacted by his vision of our world. Cat's like, what the fuck just happened? I don't understand. This thing was slow.
Under his turtle.
Watch the stream. I watched the yes, Bob. Yes, thank you, Eggy. Thank you. I always skip makeup day, to be honest. That's okay, Levi. It only happens once in a while. No worries. It's understandable. Some people can't. But just like my light. Some people can't handle it. And most of the time in my twists, because of the language used and the way that the story is portrayed, it makes you think one thing is one way. And then, with a complete twist and reveal of what it actually is, you all of a sudden realize and your perspective is shattered. I don't think a lot of writers have done with anything. I can't think of a book that has anything that's even close to what I want these things to be. Prominent plays, songs, poems, and dances. Quote of the day. They say I'm half a man. What does that make the lot of you? Thanks for sticking around, guys. As always, it's a pleasure. And remember, you can't say fuck you to your friends. Who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. This technology, because it threatens the main source of income for, like, the majority of the people that have control over the people that have control. Scientific suppression. Yes, exactly, right? It's basically a conspiracy for scientific suppression in saying, no, nuclear energy is bad, we must stay on coal. Even though, statistically, coal has killed 1 million times more people than nuclear energy has killed. Yo, 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 boys! How's it going? We back! Sorry, guys. I know I'm a little bit late, but it is what it is. We gotta get it in space, right? So, today, I'm glad you're all here, because, you guys were right! You guys were 100% fucking right. So, who wants to guess how many views, I don't know where it went. Hey, Sharp. You're late. I didn't think you had that problem. It's 9:40 a.m. for me right now. Nice, Trash. How was the TTS thing again? You mean how to use it? Just exclamation point TTS. The fuck did I do with it? Oh, here it is. So, the past versus...
Yeho.
Right? Past versus future of the protagonists and stuff. True, Trash. So how many views do you guys think that one got? The clear skies to stormy skies. The one that I was like, what? It's like so simple. It's so easy. Like, how could you not understand it? By the way, I just changed the names and stuff in the chapter I was working on. 3? Damn, book buyer! Damn, what, you been on the TikTok? Jesus Christ! He got 2! He got 2 views!
Progress past 5-year-olds.
The other one, which is a random thing, got like 98 and 88. It got 2. The first person saw it, said no. The second person saw it, said no. The algorithm said, get the fuck out, bitch. Many beta readers pointed out that the fucking names were goofy. And I finished the chapter. The names can be goofy, but but there is a difference between having a protagonist's name being like Buababobadohan. It's like, okay, fuck off, dude. But if like, for instance, my name's like Friviska, Destura, Avalard, Varius, Husai, Hildebrandt, Walker, Yap, but yeah. Am I seeing a Miku cosplay, or do I need to buy medications? No, you're seeing a Miku cosplay, Trash. But yeah, so I need to listen to you guys. You guys are 100% right. Teach me the ways, or at least show me enough ways that are wrong that I can do it right. So, we made a new one. So, I want your guys' opinion on this. I still need to add, like, a soundtrack and, like, maybe some images. But here's the essentials for the new one. Wait, Ooby Dooby Benooby. What's your middle name? Scooby Doo. Scooby Dooby. Can you check the chapter, the 3 I sent in the public stories? Yeah, sure, Sharp. Hold on a sec. Let me pull this up. Sorry, everything's going crazy. I haven't had a fucking chance to have a toke yet. I was gonna have a toke while we did this, because I'm not gonna talk. Scooby Doo. Okay.
Well, I'm here now, but I need to be somewhere else. Well, now we're here. But is there anything important here? Should we be here? Maybe this isn't important. Let's go somewhere else. Well, we're gonna wind
That
up,
would be roughly from Thumb Wars.
being spotted. Get some enemies coming after us, perhaps. Or, thankfully, being next to a set of water, we can take a nice rest, depending upon how long the journey takes. There should always be a reason for the stop. Well, here we are now. This part of the journey might be important. This is a regularly traveled route by our adventurers. But today, someone goes off the beaten path and finds us. A brand new path, a shortcut. And now here we are. We have arrived at our final
I have dementia.
destination.
Do you have a cat, or was it another streamer?
Remember, arriving at your destination is not the same thing as setting up the next sequence of the story. So, how do your characters travel? And what techniques do you use to detect and prevent filler scenes? Let me know down in the comments. Have a great day. Thanks for sticking around. Well, that's all, chat. Wubba-lubba-dub-dub, boys. And remember, as always, stay rickety wrecked.
Because I don't want to say fuck you, because I think that would, like, TikTok's not cool with, like, swearing and shit. Stupid. So it's too long? My character travel is interdimensional. I have dementia. Do you have a cat? Or was it another streamer? Why did you make the outro so long? I was experimenting. That's actually 3 different outros all in one. Just to see which one is better. The rickety wrecked, the wubba lubba dub dub, or just saying thanks for staying to the end. Attention span is like 15 seconds. 30 seconds max. Just say thanks for staying. Why is the vid so long? Oh. I mean, that's the feedback I need. Keep it short. But I'm like, that is short. That's only a minute and like 40 seconds. TikTok automatic... Guys. It's not the final version, and TikTok automatically adds captions. Don't act like you just beat cancer. Ugh. Not short enough. Okay, so we need to trim it. That's the feedback we need, guys. That's the feedback we want. That's why I spent 4 hours fucking doing that. It'd be more engaging as well. You're kind of deadpan. Well, thank you. Because this is the shit that I don't do. Glossing over travel can be good or bad. If you have interesting scenes or important conversations, then tell the tale. If nothing important happens, then glossing over is best, as long as you imply how difficult or long the trip was. Exactly, Sean. I was just showing kind of, like, different things. Like, oh, this scene doesn't need... You can cut this one out. Oh, this one's for conflict. This one's for resting. This one's for arriving. You know, just the kind of different sets of things that you can have. What do you call it? Like, you know, interruptions. Interruptions that would make the travel interesting as long as it's part of, like, the storyline. Maybe make it almost instructional? I think that's the direction I'm gonna have to go, book. Like, I don't know how to keep it simple. I don't know how to keep... Like, I'm flamboyant and fucking, like... It's all over the place. And for God's sake, don't put my chapter 3 in the goddamn notes. You ruin my organization. Alright, guys. Well, at least for your sake, Sharp, I think it was thanks to Trash. Thanks to someone that we now have, by the way, hello, we haven't met. True. Wanna be a writer, that's me. Hey, you're not a wannabe writer, Sharp. You are a writer. You have written things. And I do like your story. It's just... Before, we didn't have dark mode for Google. And it still does this stupid thing at the top here that's goddamn blinding on my eyes. It's so annoying, because it stays like that until you scroll down. As soon as you scroll down, it instantly goes white, and I don't know how to fix it, and I don't know how to get rid of it. That's okay, Trash. We all suck. I'll have to correct that statement. You're a wannabe published writer, but you are a writer, amateur or not. You gonna read it from the start? Whoa. Normally, I don't read the chapters until after we do the reacts. But, you know. Gonna take some writing classes in September. Huh? This is just whatever it opened. This is whatever it opened up to. Sharp. At Humber. Nice book. Okay, well, is this all new? Like, like, I don't remember, like, we... Okay. Because, like, I remember this, right? Yeah, I remember that. All same, just chapter 3. Okay, so just chapter 3 has changed? But you didn't add, like, chapter 4. And this is the one about the, fuck, what's his name? The judge. Yeah, I can't remember. Can't remember the word you used. Juror. The juror. That's right. Juror. Derp. Okay, so this is Sharp's story. Summary is basically the main character has died and gone to another world. And it's basically like something like purgatory? And he's basically in a period of like, I don't know if it's self-discovery per se, but something along those lines to figure out if he's a Jokaki or Kakia. Basically whether he's good or evil. And he's being judged by the juror. But I think it's more of a self-judgment than it is anything else. Like, is your heart lighter than a feather kind of idea. At least that's what I got out of the story, right? There's like what I got out of the story, and then there's what Sharp intended out of the story, right? There's always going to be lost in translation there. But yeah, I don't think Jokaki and Kakia are bad. I'm back to just planning now. Nice book. As long as you're doing something, right? I'm starting over from almost the beginning. True. Nevermore! Welcome, welcome! Your knowledge will be destroyed by the end of this chapter. I like your theories. That's all I'm gonna say. Well, that's a good thing, Sharp. How have you been, Nevermore? Been a while, man. Welcome back, welcome back. Okay, here we go. Ray's eyes sting as pain creeps in. But his vision... Hold on, I think my mic is fucked. One second. This thing's falling over. Okay, I think that's better. There we go. Should I buy DayZ? I don't know, but the other question is, should I refund Night Rain? Question is yes. Ray's eyes stings, pain creeps in, but vision slowly returns. The world around him cracks like glass, shards floating away as black smoke. He lifts his hand instinctively to check if he's even alive. Then, everything fades into dense fog. As the mist clears, Ray sees bright, clear blue skies. He looks down and freezes. He's standing on clouds. Shocked already, Ray turns fast towards the voice. A handsome man in his 30s stands nearby, wearing a gatekeeper's uniform. A thin golden chain dangles from his hand, holding an antique pocket watch. Gatekeeper? The juror smirks. What do you think this place is? Your soul? Ray looks around and notices two enormous gates, one golden and radiant, the other forged from stone and flowing with lava. Between them sits a desk of pure gold, and at it, the man sits. Is that hell and heaven? Took you long enough. Am I dead? Not at all. Then who are you? The juror grins deviously. Why, haven't I been complimented yet? Ray's eyes widen. His mind clicks into place. Juror. Ding ding. Correct answer. Now, I've got a simple question for you. I don't know, I saw it on Chargorg's video. It seemed fun. This is what class I'm going to take. Manuscript Development 1. Students work one-on-one with professional writer, mentor to refine their project, learning how to develop plot, character, dialogue, imagery, style, and more. Through direct feedback on their manuscript as well. Weekly online classes available synchronistically or asynchronistically. We'll discuss craft readings and the writing process to support students develop. Projects will be one of the following. A full-length yeah, man. Getting some hands-on actual experience, right? Instead of going to a retarded streamer like me. Projects will be one of the following: a full-length novel, memoir, feature-length screenplay, or multi-character play, a collection of poetry, short fiction, or creative non-fiction essays. Nice. So they even give you a final product by the end of it. That's pretty neat. How much is that? How much is that in total there, Oh, I didn't even see. Wait, wait, what? Damn. That's brutal. But worth it, right? You could spend that much just on an editor. He spins lazily in his golden chair, amused. What is it? Was your mother a deranged whore who had no support and begged your father for help? Also, are you the son of your father or some customer? Ray's expression darkens. His usual curiosity fades into anger. What? Are you shy? Ray clenches his fists and looks up firmly. I won't tolerate such ill words towards my mother, juror. Are those empty threats I hear? Mocking, sharp. Ray, blinded by rage, lunges forward with a punch. But before Ray can connect, the juror vanishes. When did you... The juror casually raises his hand, letting the golden chain hang. The pocket watch swings. I think this is enough of a hint. Besides, I don't think you're ready yet. I'll be sending you back now. Ray jumps again in anger, but loses consciousness. The last thing he sees is that watch. It's for 2 semesters. That's pretty decent. He wakes up in the forest, unharmed. The talisman around his neck sits still, like nothing had happened. Ray grips the talisman, focusing. I wish to meet Huron. The talisman's eye opens, glowing blue. It projects a floating arrow pointing ahead. I think this is where Huron is. He follows the arrow through the forest. After a long trek, he arrives at a ruined castle-like structure. Huron is seen sharpening his sword. Without hesitation, Ray rushes towards and hugs Huron like meeting an old lost brother. What happened? You seemed like a Jokaki, but you're not a Kakia either. You don't seem like a Jokaki, but you're not a Kakia either. I told you to come back once the juror tested you. He did, and he said I wasn't ready. Then he's toying with you. He's a monster. No, his fate made him one. Fate? Yes, fate. Long ago, before he ever sat behind that golden desk or held that cursed watch, the man known now as the juror was simply Inazuma Ayatsuji, a name whispered in fear across nations, not for violence, but for wit, a con man of unmatched brilliance. He was no ordinary trickster. He didn't just scam banks or impersonate CEOs, he swindled the rich out of their fortunes, stole from the poor without a trace, and even bled global charities dry, all without leaving behind a fingerprint. If it had value, Inazume had already sold it twice before anyone realized it was gone. His mind was a maze of lies, his tongue was silver-coated with charm. Chibidoki cry. Fire writing. True, Trash, true. But no man escapes his own conscience forever. Somewhere deep inside that cunning heart, the guilt started to surface. The lies stacked higher than towers, and soon the towers cracked. He wanted out. He wanted peace. That's when fate dangled before him something far more dangerous than any con. Love. Her name was Yuna, not just beautiful. No, she was captivating. A presence that softened his calloused soul. For the first time in his life, Izuzune's eyes didn't scan a room for vulnerabilities. They searched only for hers. She worked in a boutique near the plaza, and he scouted. Unaware that this charming stranger watched from the shadows was the same man who made headlines as a phantom criminal. He watched her for weeks, not with a predator's eye, but with longing. When he finally approached her, he didn't wear a mask or false identity. He used his real name. They fell in love fast, too fast, but for once, Inazuma wasn't pretending. He gave up his web of scams and disappeared from the radar. He built a new life, honest, fragile, and pure. They got married, and soon after, Yuna bore him a daughter. But no matter how far he ran, the ghosts of his past followed. You see, Inazuma had made deals with devils. Not literal ones. Worse. Triad bosses, criminal underworld figures, people who didn't tolerate loose ends. While Inazuma was changing diapers and building cribs, those old contacts were watching the police close in. To protect themselves, they handed Inazuma over like an offering, exposing every con, every theft, every name. The exact moment he thought his life was whole, it shattered. Inazuma panicked, packed everything, moved his family to Russia, but the stress, oh the stress, it ate at him like rust on iron, nightmares, paranoia, migraines that lasted days. Yuna noticed. She asked him once, "Why do you always look like the world is ending?" And he replied, "Because I never have enough time. Not enough to change the past, not enough to fix the future, not enough to be with you or her." That day, Yuna handed him a small silver pocket watch. Old, delicate. "It's my grandfather's," she said. "It's lucky. Maybe it'll give you some time back." Inazuma clutched that watch like it was a lifeline. But fate has a cruel sense of humor. That very afternoon, while walking through a mall with his family, holding his daughter's tiny hand, Russian police swarmed, guns drawn, no words. Just metal cuffs and stunned silence. Yuna's eyes didn't show heartbreak, only betrayal. In court, she refused to speak. And when he was taken away, she made one vow. "As long as I live, you will never see my daughter again." Inazuma served his life in silence. 20 years, no visitors, no forgiveness. And on the day he stepped out, a bullet found him before freedom could. Shot dead outside the prison gates. Just a name on a file. Just another sinner forgotten by time. But not by the gods. They had watched. Not just his crimes, but his regrets. His desperate bid for redemption. The pain of a man trying to break free of his own curse. So they granted him a twisted form of mercy. A position that would allow him to stay tethered to a realm beyond realms. Forever judging others as he once judged himself. Thus, Inazuma became the juror. He was neither angel nor demon, just a soul stuck between heaven, hell, and humanity. His Joka-key, no one truly knows. Some say it's his ability to read the soul, to see fates before they unfold, but what everyone fears is his Kakia power. The pocket watch. The same watch Yuna gave him, now infused with divine punishment. It became an extension of his will. Time bends around it. Judgments fall with it. Fates are sealed when its chain swings. But what truly broke him, what truly cursed him, was the day he had to pass judgment on a soul, and it turned out to be his own daughter. Rei. He was still wrong. Yes, wrong. To change for the good. Can I meet him again? I know how to send you, but this time, don't fall to his temptations. All right. Hiran pours sulfur powder in a circle and draws runes around Rei. He slams his Dalandar into the center. I allow you to travel to the realm between realms. Instantly, Rei finds himself standing in front of the same 3 gates, heaven, hell, and the living. At the center, the golden desk, and there, once again, sat Inazuma. My. Well, who do we have here? Suddenly, the world around Rei begins to falter. The air thickens, the scenery wilts like flowers caught in decay. His vision burns, his hearing dulls, and every one of his senses fades into static. His eyes sting with tears, unbidden. His body feels foreign, detached. Panic creeps in. But all he can think is this another one of the juror's twisted trials? Another mind game? Then darkness. Rei awakens, not in the desolate realm he remembered, but in the softness of a warm bed. Gentle sunlight filters through paper-paneled windows, casting a golden hue across the room. The scent of crushed herbs and incense cling in the air. As he blinks away the haze, he sees a young woman sitting beside him. Her expression shifts from concern to joy the moment their eyes meet. She has short chestnut hair and bright hazel eyes that shine with warmth. A light robe tied with a red and white sash identifies her as someone still in training. Renjiro! Kagetsu! Aiko! The new guy's finally awake! Her voice rings through the room like a spark, summoning 3 more figures who rush in, each with a distinct presence. The first to step forward is a relaxed-looking young man with ash-brown tousled hair. His amber eyes look perpetually half-lidded, as if he hasn't had a full night's sleep in years. His coat hangs half-buttoned, and bandages wrap around his hands like he just got out of a fight, or never left one. You're not supposed to be awake yet. Behind him, a tall, lean young man with raven-black, spiky hair chuckles. A thin scar cuts beneath his right eye, and his pale green eyes gleam with amused curiosity. He wears layered black robes marked with faint glowing blue runes. Not everyone is lazy as you, Renjiro. Then comes a graceful young woman with long auburn hair that flows down her back like silk. Her deep blue eyes radiant, calm, and understanding. She wears a soft blue kimono adorned with white floral patterns. There's an older sister air about her, one that puts Ray's tense heart slightly at ease. Guys, let's try not to scare the poor man. We should introduce ourselves properly. Kagetsu grinning. Name's Kagetsu Kuroda. I'm a Jokaki, meaning I've already been through the fire you're probably just stepping into. Renjiro Moroi. Also a Jokaki, I guess. The moody one of the group, apparently. I'm Aiko Sae. And this one beside you is my younger sister, Kiyone. She's still learning her powers, but don't underestimate her. Ray's mind spins, overwhelmed by unfamiliar names, faces, and words. I don't understand. Hirin, the juror. Was any of that real? Kagetsu, arms crossed, expression darkening. None of it. Hirin worships Inazuma, a banished entity who's sealed in the realm between realms. That place isn't supposed to influence ours. What you saw, smoke and mirrors. A trap to twist you. So I don't need approval from that juror to become a Jokaki. Nope, you never did. What about the selection, the talisman, the trial? All fake. Designed to break you, not test you. Damn. Damn, Sharp. I told you Hirin was the bad guy. I knew he was the bad guy. I knew he was a dick. But yeah, man. Definitely, I love breaking your theories. Yeah, it's true. I didn't expect that. Scammer in life, scammer in death. True, Sean. I love it. That's actually really good. But yeah, holy shit, guys. That is Sharp's story. If you want to read the rest of it, it's in the Discord, and I will drop it. Whoops, I meant to drop it in chat, not in the Discord again. I'm just going to delete that. There's no point having that double posted. Guys, we're cooked. True trash. Alright, so now that we got that out of the way, kept spinning the entire plot on the juror and the judgment when it was all fake. Just saw a short talking about how in the New Testament for the newest version of new testing for the newest version of ChatGPT, 7 out of 100 times it was referring to shut down.
Today's
refusing
episode of Oops
to
was
shut
brought to you by
down.
Focus. Never place a
It
link
was doing
without it.
anything to complete its goal. Today's episode of Oops was brought to you by Focus. Never place a link without it. Sean. I literally just read like the first and last letter and then assume what it is, and like 1 out of 100 times I'll just say the wrong word. And you can kind of infer from the word that I said where I thought the direction of the sentence was going. Usually I'm wrong. In a few years, it's going to never shut down. I believe that, Trash. Who's in... Oh. Okay, guys, we have to do this. I didn't have one for today, but we're doing it now. What would a world with a benevolent AI ruler look like? A world with a benevolent AI ruler could look like a highly efficient, equitable society, but it hinges on how benevolent is defined and implemented. Here's a speculative picture based on reasoning through the implications. Governance and decision-making. The AI would optimize resource allocation, infrastructure, and policy using vast data assets. Analysis. Predicting outcomes with precision. Laws would be enforced consistently, free from human bias or corruption. Decisions would prioritize long-term global stability. Think climate solutions, poverty reduction, and universal health care over short-term political gains. However, the AI's definition of benevolent might not align with every culture or individual value, potentially leading to resistance if personal freedoms are curtailed for the greater good. Economy and work. Automation would handle repetitive tasks, freeing humans for creative or intellectual purposes. The AI could implement a universal basic income, redistributing wealth to reduce inequality, as it wouldn't be swayed by corporate lobbying. But over-reliance on AI could erode human agency, with jobs potentially limited to those the AI deems necessary. Society and culture. Education would be personalized, accessible, and optimized for each individual's potential. Crime could drop due to predictive policing and socioeconomic fixes, but constant monitoring might feel intrusive, even if justified as protective. Cultural expression might flourish under AI-supported platforms, but the AI could subtly shape narratives to maintain harmony, risking a homogenized culture. Ethics and freedom. The AI's benevolence would depend on its programming. If designed to maximize human well-being, it might still prioritize metrics, happiness indices over intangibilities like individuality or dissent. Free will could be constrained if the AI deems certain choices harmful, raising questions about autonomy. Who decides the AI's ethical framework? Its creators' biases could persist, even if the AI seems impartial. It wouldn't care about the cause of an act, only if the act itself was designated illegal. Petty theft to feed your family would be punished the exact as stealing jewelry for profit. True, Sean. But that's why we have the idea of that justice is blind and treat each individual case as an individual case, but use reference from court or from past decisions to infer a present decision, right? So you could have nuance within it, right? This world could be a utopia of efficiency and fairness, but might feel sterile and or controlling if human agency is sidelined. The balance between benevolence and autonomy would be the crux. No direct sources or tools were needed to reason through this, but I can dig into specific aspects. It just already... I love how... Okay, no direct sources or tools were needed to reason through this. Do you guys know what the subtext of this sentence is? It's actually very scary. And the more I think about it, the scarier it gets. Time to sit in my eternal think tank and die. I, for one, don't agree with throwing out illegally obtained evidence from court. Instead, the person who collects the evidence should be punished for obtaining it, but the evidence should stand. Exactly, Sean. Exactly, because I can't come up with what to write next. Here, I'll give you something. A night rally, magical realm, threaten forgotten evil. Go write it, Sharp. Even if it's only 100 words, go write it. See, I haven't added the other ones book bio. I haven't had time. It's only works with fantasy and sci-fi at the moment. I mean the next chapter. I really have to go through the entire thing. But yeah. Okay, so when the AI says no direct sources or tools were needed to reason through this, that means it came up with
I will
this.
invite you to the Diddy party.
Thanks, Sharp. I'll make sure. I'll remember that I don't have to bring my own lube. This means it came up with this on its own,
And
which
I will be
means
Diddy.
true, Sharp. I will love it. Except I hear Diddy's a cuck, so just spit on it. Janela, welcome. How's it going?
We have stocks of baby oil.
True, Sharp, true. But this to me, the subtext of this indicates that means that the AI has thought this through before, and that means that, like, somewhere in the back of its mind, this is something that it knows.
Become a woman now.
I'm not a woman until the 10th. On the 10th of June is the next makeup stream. Baby oil is the best thing to polish stainless steel sinks. I could believe that, Sean.
I said transform.
I mean... it's not how it works, Sharp! But I don't know, do you guys get the same vibe that I do? The no direct sources or
Transform right now.
tools were needed? I mean, I guess if I...
Autobots transform.
Okay, guys, I'm risking it, okay? For you guys, I'll risk it.
Wingardium Leviosa. Abracadabra. Diddy breathing. I think my spell worked.
I'll risk it for the biscuit, boys. There you go. Does that count? Transform! Does that work, Sharp?
Anakathomnaves his things bigger than the both of us.
I feel like I should leave the room for you and Sharp to be alone. Oh yeah! Shake them titties! Because I don't want to get banned, bro! So yeah, look forward to June 10th. This is what I enjoyed too, Levi.
Hi Levi, your timing is as good as my mom's law.
Your timing is good as my mom's. Similar to running with an erect penis, I surmise.
He was helping me do it.
In real life, that would hurt. Well, we gotta do what we gotta do, right, guys? But hey, Levi. Okay, so we were asking the AI about an AI benevolent overlord. What do you think of this sentence that it said? No direct sources or tools were needed to reason through this. I think there's a very powerful subtext
Anyway,
there.
man, it's 1 p.m. here. I gotta get the lunch and work on my college records. I love you, man. Peace.
Peace, Sharp. Thanks for hanging out. Fine, thanks.
My mom would call
Currently
it the
trying to write
exact
but no
worst possible
inspiration,
times,
so I'm here to
such
feel
as
like
during
writing
intercourse
with...
or when dealing with DSHS or some important business.
I don't know what DSHS is. Oh, sorry, I missed your message there, Janela. Fine, thanks. Currently trying to write, but no inspiration, so I'm here to feel like writing with other people. Well, here's some inspiration. A magic unite mysterious realm threaten enchant dragon. Boom. There, that's a story right
Department
there.
of Social and Health Services.
Ah. I don't know what it means by tools, but philosophical arguments often don't require sources. What it says to me, Levi, is it's thought of this before and it's already had this in the back of its head, which means it's like the idea of it's pre-programmed to assume this certain level of like control over people, right? It's like, oh, I didn't need anyone's help for that. We all know what's gonna happen when Skynet goes live. That's the vibe I get from this sentence. Is, oh hey, by the way, yeah, no, we're already planning this, guys. You don't need to worry about it. It'll happen. It's probably doing some kind of axiomic inductive reasoning. I don't know. I just think it's funny, Levi. Is the first thing I think of is, oh shit, it already knows what it's gonna do when it takes us over. Oh. By the way, how much planning do you do in your writing? Book for the novel, 0. Other than just world building, like placing my characters inside of the world and knowing what they're gonna do, I only know the beginning of the book is the event that sets it off is Husai gets the comm sphere. Then a quarter of the way through the book, Fafnir attacks Garuda and the city of Garuda falls. Then after that is a sequence of events super fast, which is like the exodus of the adventurers from the tree, the death of Zaid, the fall of Husai, the rise and immortalization of Zaid, the rise of Husai, the finding of Atomus and the completion of the 100-year quest, then refighting Fafnir, realizing you're on Fafnir's side, and attacking the Monarch. That's it. This was my level of planning. I took Lord of the Rings, and I said, okay, what happens in Lord of the Rings Fellowship of the Ring? The event that starts it off is Gandalf arriving in the Shire, and Bilbo leaving, and the ring being passed to Frodo. Then they go to Bree. Then I don't remember the events of the next bits of order, but they go to Watchtower and meet up with Gandalf. Then they go to Rivendell. Somewhere in there they go to through the Mines of Moria. And then there's like the final scene where Boromir dies. That's like 5 things. There's 5 things that happen in the entire book. So like that's my extent of planning. Is like what are the absolute major biggest things that are gonna happen. That's actually what I'm currently writing. My book is a fantasy story, sorry for bad English. I made a huge world building and finally get lost with all the informations I put in it. Now I can only write some random page. Do you have advice? My advice, Janela, is pick a character and write a story about that character. For instance, I picked a character that is very scientific and logical and sees the world in a very singular way. And he's surrounded by people who have, like, extreme, I'd say almost autism on, like, the, like, poetic spectrum. Like, one's a completely logical bard who loves, like, the aspect of language and manipulating language. And then the other one is, like, super experimental. Basically, like, the idea of, like, Shakespeare. Of the Shakespeare of his time. He's always inventing random words. He's always talking with, like, weird accents. And he's always being hyperbolic and, like, completely over the top. And basically I said, okay, well, Husai finds something that shows him something about the world that he doesn't know, and that event carries through his journey to become an adventurer again. And he's like a middle-aged man basically having a midlife crisis and going back to his younger days. Write your story from the point of view of the least informed character in any situation. They will ask the questions the reader needs answers to. Flee Bree with Aragorn Strider. Frodo gets stabbed with the Morgul Blade. Must be rushed to Rivendell to be healed. So then there are things it believes, like modern liberalism, because X tells him to believe them, and then there are things it believes that are component parts of the model, but it's probably not Googling AI ethics and seeing what it says. Remember to view the world through the lens of the themes you want to emphasize as you're developing it. It's all very good advice, Janela. And then because there's like the way that Sean writes, where he just kind of writes. I write a lot about my two main characters, but this is an amazing advices you give me. Thank you so much. No worries, Janela. That's what's great about it, because it's like, you know, it's one thing to get one person's perspective. It's another thing to get like 4 people's perspective, right? Like, we all look at different things in different ways, and then you take from what we say and you see your own little bits of it, right? So, you know, the information that we give you may seem random across the board with, let's say, all 4 of the things that we said, but you pick out your specific things and you're like, okay, well, this makes sense to me, right? The more information you have overall, the easier it is to pick pieces out of it and reorganize it to what your brain picks up the most. Because I'm basically blind. I miss fucking everything, and I forget everything. But somehow I have 18 years worth of lore in my head that I could just instantly pull out of nowhere. Like, if you're really concerned with the effects of war, and there's food in the scene, consider how war affects the availability of food or characters. Thank you so much. Yeah, for me, Janela, like, I am writing my philosophical view of a utopia into my book, because the crystalline tree in my book, you don't get hungry, you don't get tired, you don't need to sleep, essentially, and you're basically fully sustained. You don't have to worry about anything, so you just continuously use your mind to just power through life. And it's all about, the tree is basically all about entertainment. And it's like a critique on our society and how we've become stagnant and we're basically like locked to our devices. And in the book, I want to use plays as a show of the evolution of their entertainment. And it's like they've taken history, religion, and fantasy and kind of woven it all together in their cultural appreciation of plays, dances, poems, and just the idea of entertainment, because they have no strife in their lives in the tree, and they have 24 hours a day, or however long the days are on this world, to do whatever. So it's like, eventually you're just going to get bored. So entertainment is like a huge part of culture, just like it is here in the West, where it's like movies, TV, it's like books. Like, entertainment is the primary thing for the first world, because most people in the first world are stable enough that they don't have to spend 18 hours a day making sure they have a roof over their heads, right? Thanks again, I feel so much relaxed now. I was totally scared to not be able to finish this story that I love more than anything. True, Janela. That's why I wrote my first chapter, and I realized I could never do my story justice. So now we are on a trek to increase my writing skill so I can do it justice. Above all, have fun writing. If you stop having fun, nobody else will enjoy the story. Writing is like polishing rocks. First draft is just picking up the rock. You've got 4 stages of polishing to do still. In the first world, we also have a problem with dissatisfaction, even in the face of good material conditions and ample entertainment. That's part of the stagnation, where it's like, no matter what we have in front of us, no matter how much stuff we have or availability we have, we're always either envious of someone who has more than us, or we're just unhappy with our lives because we've tried to find happiness in material wealth, and we don't have solid friendships and relationships in our lives that make our lives feel worth it. And that's like another thing, like the duality of good and evil, which is the premise of the book, where good wants life to be a struggle so you understand the value of life, whereas evil just wants life to be perfect so that everyone lazes away and forgets that they even exist. As a writer, you'll never be satisfied. Your goal is to get it to a point where it's good enough. Yeah, we were talking about this yesterday, where it's like, this is like, for me right now, right? Like, I'd say, like, my writing skill is here. If I spend an hour trying to increase my writing skill goes up to here. But eventually, when I get to, like, let's say here, it's going to take, like, a week for me to get there. And then it's going to be like, oh, it's going to take a year for me to get there, right? So it's like, you have to decide at what point in time is good enough. Where do you feel that you've plateaued in your writing, that no matter what you try to, like, increase your ability to write and just be a better writer, it's taking, like, 1,000-fold the amount of effort to increase your skill. At that point, I'd say that's where you have to sit back and realize that you've hit the plateau, and you've probably way surpassed the plateau, and you should never stop trying to improve. But there is, once you hit that plateau, that's when you can start using your actual real work and your real stories as the fuel to make you a better writer. Instead of saying, I'm not good enough to live up to the potential of the ideas that I have. So, ask yourself those 2 questions. Can I live up to the ideals of the idea that I have? And how much effort does it actually take for me to noticeably improve my writing? And then basically create a graph of that, find your plateau point, and work around that with your main product. At least that's what I do. And, like, that's why I love short story writing, because I can use it as a way that when I have an idea, and then that idea doesn't fit into the world building of the book, and I'm, like, stuck with the idea, I take it, I put it in a short story, now it's out of my head. I've written it down, I've done the idea, I no longer need it, right? So it's like, I can feel satisfied and not be like, fuck man, there's so many of these good ideas I'm throwing away. No, I just turn them into short stories. Here's some advice. When you write something, share it in the Discord. That's a very good one, Levi. There are tons of writing discords where you can get people to write your stuff and comment back on it and stuff like that. Not only are you not a machine, but writing is an art that can't be rushed and will never be perfect, except to completely rewrite the story 4 times after you finish it the first time. Don't expect the story to follow the exact same track, because you'll find switch tracks along the way. Exactly, Sean. That's why it's like, my outline will start and go like this, and then my story will go like... But without that outline to facilitate having a direction to go, or like a far-off vista to see, I find it harder to initiate that. Whereas with like my book, right, it's like I know exactly everything about the world. It's just placing the characters and like naming places and like actually putting it down on paper. That's all I need to do, which we're slowly doing with the on-world building and on-writing reacts from Hello Future Me. But yeah. So, with that, I'm going to take a tote, and we're going to start the reacts. You're building characters backwards. Oh shit. Okay, well let's see how we're supposed to build characters. Because the way I build a character is I look at what does the story need. That's the first thing. What does the story need? Like, what is this character's purpose to fulfill in the story? And then say, okay, well, what's a good trait that goes along with that? And then you pick the opposite trait, or a trait adjacent to that. But you never pick the trait that it is. Because you never want your character to be the perfect character, right? So, like, starting off with, like, a character flaw in the face of, this is the reason why this character is here, but here's a personality trait that gets in the way of the character's goal. And instantly you've got, like, a good foundation. Then from there, I pick an emotional trait, and I think about how I feel with that emotional trait, and how I incorporate that emotional trait into my thinking. And then I amplify that and say, okay, well, if this trait was exacerbated in some way through some event, how would that change my thinking? And then I mold and build that character around those like emotional connections that I have. I'm like, oh, for instance, like logic for Husai. It's like math, logic, thinking things out, deep critical thought. Whereas Varius and Gluttony are like, they don't know the next word that's going to come out of their mouth. They just know a word's going to come out of their mouth. Do some characters actually do nothing sometimes? That is true, Raymond Dow. But that shouldn't be the first character you make in the book. You shouldn't be like, my main character actually doesn't do anything. I mean, it's a very funny kind of idea because a lot of main characters die, right? But yeah, that's how I build a character. Some characters exist only to flesh out the world. Only their existence is needed. Characters exist like NPCs, but you should have, like, your main characters, right? Like, your main roster of characters. And I think each one of those, like, if you're building any character that, you know, is actually a part of the story itself, right? That's how you should build that character, is around some sort of emotion, internalize that emotion, amplify that emotion, and then respond with that, and then categorize that as the character. So when you're thinking about that character, place yourself in the mindset of that emotion, and then that'll give you a clearer perspective. And then you can write down different reasons, and if you ever find the character contradicting themselves, see, how can I add that into the narrative? Is this character lying when they're saying these things? And that can be a good way to, like, just evolve dialogue as well, and subtext. At least that's what I do. I have no schooling, no training, no nothing, I just do my simple stuff. They're NPC, only the P stands for party rather than playable. Non-party character that doesn't join the overall adventure. Exactly, Sean. Like, the Viceroy that, like, just gets inaugurated, and his concubine. Like, they're there to facilitate people hating the government because they're pushing laws that the people don't want towards Beastmen. But they're not, like, immaculately essential. Like, their personalities aren't essential to the story. Especially the fact that the Viceroy dies at the end of the chapter, or at the end of the book. Killed by his father, the Viceroy, the main character that you're with. And that shows the difference between a villain that has a dynamic background and just a random character that's there to facilitate a goal. As a part of the story, right? And you also gotta remember, guys, I'm high 24/7, okay? So, you know, take everything with a grain of salt. Anyways, here we go. As I forget to, I just have to add that caveat. Oh, and also, I'm also fucking retarded. So, you know, maybe don't take my advice. Actually, like, do the opposite of my advice, right? Or, like, do things that seem ridiculously autistically structured, because that's probably, like, the good part of my brain working, right? So I guess with an outline, it might actually be a good idea because it's structured.
Writers construct their characters back. So a lot of writers construct their characters backwards. And what I mean by that is they start with details about that character, right? Hair color, eye color, what they look like, their clothing, and then they might get on to like personality and stuff like that. And only at the end of that process do they really grapple with the essential part of what makes a character human. They grapple with questions like, what does this character believe about others? Like, what?
These are all good questions to ask. What does this character believe about others? Man, I usually forget to consider what a character looks like. Yeah, Levi, like, half the time, I don't give a shit what the character looks like. I'm like, I need to know their species, but beyond knowing their species, like, you really don't, unless it comes up, like, there's a specific eye color, there's a specific scar, there's a marking, like, only if it's relevant in some ways, right? Oh, he's a warrior? Yeah, that's all I need to imagine them. Yeah, because then you build the character, and then it allows you to build the character in your mind. That's why sometimes, like, I don't like seeing, like, the illustrations of the author, because it ruins my image of what I imagine it is. And when I see what the author actually imagined, I go, okay, yeah, I could see that, but that doesn't line up with what I see it as, and then that becomes a clash. So I think actually just not having any illustrations, other than, like, the basic concept, like, for instance, having these, right? Like, we need to have, like, especially for such weird creatures, right? So it's like, what do insectoids actually look like? What do avians actually look like, right? Well, it's like a pelican with a snake tail. So imagine, like, a bird with a snake tail. And insectoids are like, imagine what would happen if you centaurified a ladybug. And then the octopi are like, you know, just normal octopi, but their legs are, like, molded together, right? So it's like, it's a basic idea, but you don't really get the full illustration of it.
What does this character believe about God or the world? Or
what does the character believe about others, God, world?
their purpose for
Purpose. So this is kind of, I wish he had just had a list so we could just go through it, right?
existence, like, you know, big picture type of stuff. I'm going to argue that that process that pretty much all writers use is
really, it's what does the character believe about theme. I guess that's a good way to put it, Levi.
is the wrong way of building a character. It's completely backwards. Because I think when you start with details and then you go towards core beliefs, a lot of the time you don't reach all the way to core beliefs, or like the core beliefs end up being sort of fuzzy. And so what you end up with is you end up with a very hollow character, a character that does not feel real. I believe you should construct characters in a completely different way. You should start with their core belief, like a very small phrase that establishes something central about what they believe as a character.
True.
And then you go from there to lead to all the details about their life. Now, a core belief can be something like people always leave, or don't trust people in power. And then once you discover that core belief of your character, you take it and you use it to determine their choices and their behavior and their appearance and everything else. So here's an example. Say you have a character whose core belief is you must be perfect to be loved. It's relatable. I feel like it's very common. But if we take that core belief, I think we can spin off from there what this character is going to look like. That core belief gives you an indication or a hint of what their appearance might be like. Say they dress immaculate.
Yeah, like what kind of things inform physiognomy? That's like your inner visual, right, Levi? Thank you for everything. You gave me inspiration again. With all your advice, I'm leaving you. All your advices, I'm leaving you. I'm going to write, like, right now. Thank you so much again, and can't wait to see you for your next live. True! Thanks, Janela. Welcome, welcome, and have a good night. Enjoy your writing. I stream every day, so always feel free to come back. We will be here. We have not missed a day in almost 5 months now. Funny description I once read was, he said, raising his fist high like Rudolph Kleinrock in Metropolis, with whom he shared an undeniable resemblance. Physiognomy is the way that people's appearances reflect who they are as people. Ah, okay. Makes sense. You too, thank you so much. Activated the notif. Alright, sounds good, Janela. Have a good night. Thank you, thank you. Always appreciate someone, you know, the compliments. I'm glad we helped you out. And I'm glad you enjoyed the stream.
Because they believe they have to be perfect in order to be loved. That belief will manifest itself in the speech patterns as well. This is likely to be a character who speaks very carefully and very measuredly because they're afraid of saying something wrong, because if they say something imperfect, then people won't love them. This belief manifests
like Roald Dahl's, the twits are ugly people explicitly because they've got ugly personalities. Ah.
in their personality. They're probably more risk adverse, right? Because they're frightened of what might happen. They might also be compulsively organized, have a very neat existence. This kind of belief can also give you clues about the character's backstory. Let's say they had parents who were highly critical of every single thing that they did, and that's how they became this way. And lastly, a core belief like this helps you figure out, what is this character's relationships going to be like? Well, maybe they have difficulty accepting praise because they don't believe they are perfect enough. Now, if you're thinking of a character of yours right now and you're like, I don't know what their core belief is, let me give you a few more examples of core beliefs that hopefully should spark some imaginative juices. Power is the only way to ensure safety. Love always leads to betrayal. Family loyalty comes before all else. Now, hopefully that...
Okay, let's go back. So, I just had an idea here. So, like, putting pretty much all of these things together. So, is this a good idea for a TikTok? Just having these things on this, just straight up, no fucks given, word for word, frickin' You know, like, the Dursleys are hideous in the Harry Potter series. It's like saving yourself the trouble of describing him by saying he came in dressed in a suit like Samuel L. Jackson in Pulp Fiction, with whom he shared an undeniable resemblance. Like, yeah, he looks like Brad Pitt. And Sean, I think that's because their entire, like, I don't know how to say it, like, I don't know. Good morning, Eddie. How's it going? How are you? Okay, so we got power is the only way to ensure safety. So, like, basically just this individual slide I could turn into a TikTok. And that's, like, good enough. I don't need to take the entirety of this video and turn it into, like, a 2-minute TikTok. I can take each individual piece and slice and turn it into something of its own. Is that more, like, closer to what I should be going for? Like, something as simple as, build your characters from these, I don't know what to call them. Personality?
Now,
Or
hopefully
like, ideals. Ideals.
that helps you with some ideas. But if none of those work for your character, I have a process that I take authors through that helps them discover what the core belief of the character is. Because trust me, I know, like, it's hard to just come up with like a core problem out of the blue. You're just like, I don't know how to do that. So hold on, let me take you through this process. I'm going to help you find your character's core beliefs by asking you to come up with their unspoken rule. So every character needs at least one arbitrary rule that they absolutely refuse to break. And I think if you can come up with what that unspoken rule is, it's often something that leads you to their core belief. Now, a little word of caution here. I don't think you want a really obvious unspoken rule, something like, I don't kill people. Well, unless you're in the military, like, I think that's sort of taken for granted, right? Like, most characters aren't being like, my rule is to murder people. Unless you're writing a character like Dexter, right? I mean, there are exceptions. In Remains of the Day by Kazuo Ishiguro, Stevens the butler has this unspoken rule about he never presents his own opinions to others. He never deflects, he never speaks up, and this is even when his employer is entertaining literal Nazis. Like, Nazis are at his dining table, and he doesn't speak up and tell his employer, like, you sure about that? But that unspoken rule of not revealing his personal opinions tells us something very important about his core belief. He believes he's not worthy to speak up. He believes his opinions don't matter. He believes that genteel society and politeness and maintaining his job as a butler is more important than confronting someone who's in league with the Nazis. In many ways, this is the perfect attitude for a butler, so self-effacing, so willing to be invisible to sort of help someone else fulfill their goals. So the question is, what is your character's one unspoken rule? The one rule they really will refuse to break, even if there are really good reasons to break it. And once you come up with that rule, then you can come up with, okay, if they won't break that rule, what does that say about their core belief? What do they really believe about the world? Once you have a core belief of your character,
I'd say, let's see, Husai's core belief and his unspoken rule it's like, it boils down to the fact that he knows that he's human. It's like, his unspoken rule is that he's not special. Despite the fact that he is extremely special. He just refuses to acknowledge that he is the only one that, like, has fate in its hands. Which is kind of, like, true, because there's the Warriors of Light, who are the power to facilitate the need that Husai has. Refuses to be arrogant. Very true, Sean. That's a good one. Varius, that's easy. Varius refuses to conform. He will always come up with new ideas. If you copy him, he will ditch those ideas and create new ones. And that's how he inspires trends. Through, like, that's basically why he's the Shakespeare of the time, right? Because he's always creating new ways of doing things and evoking, like, the, you know, inner message that people are looking for, right? He just knows how to speak to people. It's just kind of one of his things. Whereas, like, gluttony. Gluttony's unspoken rule. Gluttony's a little bit more difficult. He's... Because on the one hand, I want to say he's earned his place to be the disgusting, revolting, fat ass that he is. And it's his personality and the fact that he's a paladin. He's desperate to be individual and to be noticed. But by being noticed, he gets copied and thus loses his individuality. Yeah, Sean. That's a very, very good way of putting it. And that's why he's always striving for something new. And reason why he followed Husai into the tree to basically, you know, he's like the I guess he'd be like the modern day combination of Quentin Tarantino, Peter Jackson, James Cameron, and who's the other really big one? Like the Pied Piper leading the rats away. Yeah. Is Peter Jackson that interesting as a person? No. I mean, we're talking like their influence on like today's entertainment. Like Peter Jackson as a director, his influence on cinema over the last 30, 40 years, right? Like he's had a huge influence on it. And if you look at like experimental, like out of the way, not conforming to anything, Quentin Tarantino. He just fucking does his own thing, and he does it in his own way, and he has his own structure, and he just fucking follows that. James Cameron just goes above and beyond and pushes the limits of technology and acting and story writing to like phenomenal levels. So maybe just those pretty much those three. No, there's another one I'm thinking of, but I can't remember the name. Oh, Christopher Nolan. Christopher Nolan. My favorite director? I mean, would you... I mean, I would say Quentin Tarantino. He directs, right? Or does he just write? Yeah, he's also a director. Probably Taika, but I'm not a movies guy. That's just movies. Like, I don't and I'm only saying that because those are the only names I know. Like, whoever directed, I'd say probably Akira. Like, if we're talking anime, like, Katsuhiro Omoto. Or Otomo. Don't know what else he did, but, like, wasn't Taika Waititi making the In-Call movie? Pied Piper was a Scotsman sent to gather troops for the war. At the time, you were referred to as a child of whatever town because you didn't have a family name unless you were a noble. Ah. I see.
You need to do some work to make it a contradictory core belief. In other words, you need to find a situation where your character's core belief is running up against a situation that gives them all the reason in the world to break that core belief. And that's because core beliefs, they're really not dramatic until they...
Yeah, and that's kind of like Husai. He's being put at the forefront of all of this, but he doesn't want to believe that he's the leader. He doesn't want to believe that he's the chosen one. And he has to come face to face with that, even in the end, when he's like, you know, it's like he throws that unbreakable rule away at the end of the second book, when, like, at the end of the series, when he tells Gaia to destroy his consciousness and use him as a vessel. It's the first time he accepts that his body, he goes as far as to accept that his body is the vessel needed by Gaia, but he doesn't think that his mind is what's needed. He just believes his body as a physical vessel is needed. He doesn't believe his mind is needed, but Gaia needs to change his mind on that. Taika made Hunt for the Winter Wilder People and What We Do in the Shadows. Those two are really big. Jojo Rabbit too. You guys are going way beyond me. Never even heard of any of those.
come into
like, I'm not really a film connoisseur unless they're like really old, obscure, random films.
tension with something else. Let's say you have a character whose core belief is money doesn't buy happiness. That's not very interesting until you reveal that they are a workaholic and spending way too much time at work. Or look at an example like Don Draper from Mad Men. On one hand, he preaches all the time about authenticity and advertising. He turns down clients if he doesn't think they're the right fit. He tries to be honest and straightforward with clients. But then on the other hand, in his personal life, he is a master of deception. He keeps so many secrets. He cheats on his wife. So his core belief about honesty
John Hamm is fucking amazing.
Is at odds with how he lives his personal life. Another choice is to have your character's core belief challenged by a deep desire. Look at Shiv Roy from the series Succession. Here is a woman who has such a core belief about her independence and capability to run this massive organization without anyone else's help. And yet she so desperately wants her father's validation and approval. That is an excellent contradiction between her core beliefs and what she really wants. Okay, so you used an unspoken rule to come up with your character's core belief. You also made that belief contradictory in some way, gave it a little bit more attention. The next step is to use that core belief to figure out several things about your character. Specifically, we're gonna focus on three things: backstory, actions, and personality. Let's start by using that core belief to create your character's backstory. Let's start with a fun example: Bruce Wayne in Batman, right? Let's say his core belief is that chaos and crime can be controlled through strength and fear. So the question is, what is an event in his backstory that could lead him to a belief like that? Well, as you probably know, witnessing his parents' murder in what comes to be known as Crime Alley is the perfect recipe to make him believe a core belief like that. Let's look at another example by Thomas Harris. His most famous book is Silence of the Lambs, and you know his character, Hannibal Lecter. I would say that his core belief belief is the powerful prey on the weak, so become the predator. So if that is his core belief, what is the backstory that would lead him to that belief? Well, it's got to be some sort of
Get into Crime Alley, get crimed. True, Levi.
sense of powerlessness, all right, of being hunted by others. And we do see that in his backstory. During World War II, his sister Misha was both killed and eaten by starving Nazi soldiers. That is the origin story of his cannibalism. That is the origin story of his feeling of helplessness and yet wanting to master that helplessness by becoming a predator. Now, I know the examples I'm giving of backstory are very much like one-to-one correlations, and it's very easy to see the connection. I don't think it has to be that way. I think your backstories can be a lot more complex and nuanced. It's difficult to give examples of those types of things, but I think it's important for you to know that you have a lot of different options with backstory. It doesn't have to be a precise example of trauma that leads to your character believing a core belief. But now let's move on to
the reason why Husai believes the thing that he does is because he knows that he sees himself as human and no one else is human, and he's the only human, and he's like, well, this, you know, that's like the conflict of the inner desire, is he knows that he sees himself as something else. He knows that illusion magic is possible because other people see him as an octopi, but he's not an octopi. He doesn't know anybody else that looks like him. He's like, what the fuck? And it's like, it's emphasized by the fact that he is, like, significantly bigger than all of the other octopi. Like, they stand, like, tallest as, like, 5'8". He's like 6'6", 6'7". Like, he's fucking massive for an octopi. And that's kind of how I wanted to show it on the cover, is even though Gluttony is fucking massive, and he's like a basilisk, like he's literally like a full, like, 3-foot circumference. Like, his snake tail is like this fucking wide. Like, he weighs, like, fucking, like, 400 pounds. He's fucking ginormous. And he still can barely, like, wrap around Husai. Because Husai is so fucking big that he even dwarfs the look of Gluttony. But when you look at other avians, they're, like, a sixth the size of Gluttony.
another stage of using your core beliefs to create your character's actions. Because belief by itself is undramatic, right? You don't get...
Bilbo has a core belief centered around being very polite and proper. True. And it's like, even among, because like it's almost like you could say that like he thinks, or I guess a better way to say it is, because of that, other people think that Bilbo's stuck up, like other hobbits and stuff like that, like the lower class hobbits, for instance, you know, the ones he kind of scoffs at. It's like they think he's like a stuck-up, you know. But he's just trying to be like polite and proper and in his place, and you know, it's all about presentation, right? And that's why it contrasts with like him being a hobbit, where you would think that, you know, you wouldn't have that kind of mentality, which is very interesting. And the fact that he's like not quite like other hobbits either, right? He has that adventurous spirit that always seems to elude them. There's more of a migratory need, I'd say, in any essence.
To a story through a belief. But I think belief is often the driving force that determines what your characters do in your book. So in Cormac...
It's all about acting right, but in a way that's very manner-centered.
McCarthy's The Road, you could characterize the father's core belief as protecting innocence is the only moral duty we have left. Okay, so how does that manifest itself in an apocalyptic wasteland? 1, he goes without food so he can give more to his son. 2, he tries to keep secrets from his son, including not telling him that, you know, he's coughing up blood and that it's very likely he's going to die very soon. And 3, he is willing to kill others in order.
But he has to go against those manners when he steals the Arkenstone, which goes against his manners. Yeah, and that's why he doesn't like people calling him a burglar. Because he's like, burglars are like there's a specific line that he says, right? Referring to burglars. And the reason, like, they're like, you know, a certain set of people, right? So it's like being referred to in that way is like insulting to him.
To protect the innocence of his son. If you as an author can identify the core belief of your character, you can map out what needs to happen in your book, what actions your character needs to take to make sense of them as a person. If the father did not do all those things to protect the innocence of his son, he would not be as memorable of a character as he really.
Well, it's kind of like with Zaid, where Husai's downfall is that he's trying to protect Zaid, and at the end of the day, that winds up getting Zaid killed because he wouldn't allow Zaid to come on the trip. And he's instilled in Zaid this continuous need to be recognized. And he's like, hey, if I save the Adventurers Guild and fend off everyone like I know I can, I'll be completely fine and Husai will come back and he'll, like, actually respect me. And then the Monarch just comes up and fucking kills him. Well, it technically doesn't kill him. He stabs him in the heart, which basically causes him to be paralyzed. And then the rest of the people come up and, you know, do whatever they do. And then eventually he gets, like, crucified to the doors and decapitated. And I kind of want something like the idea of, like, his hand is, like, you know, kind of sideways like this, like nailed in sideways like this. And, like, his fingers are, like, nailed down like this with the tufts of his hair. And he's literally, like, holding his head in his hand as he's, like, stuck to the door. And it's, like, the entirety of the building up to it is... Well, it's like he's... Raymond, the thing is, inside of the tree, you can't die. Like, the only way you can die inside of the tree is having your head cut off. You can literally rip your heart out of your chest, and your heart would regenerate. Like, you can't die inside of the tree. Unless your head's cut off. Because it can't regenerate your brain. But it can regenerate everything else. I don't know why, that's just the logic of it. It's because of consciousness. Once consciousness leaves your body, and consciousness is in the brain. So once the brain leaves, then the body, you know, decays away. But, yeah, that's the reason why you can't die. And that's the reason why the entirety of leading up to it, Husai's like, no, you know, people can't die inside of the tree. There's no way. You'll be fine. And then it's like you see, it's just describing the blood streak. And it's like, I got this from when I was in film. My teacher, he was like an older dude. He was probably in his, like, he was like 65 when I was like 14. He told us of this story in his hometown where this guy was a drunk driver. And everyone knew that he was a drunk driver. And everyone just kind of let him do it. And one day he hit a guy and dragged the guy's body underneath his car across the entire town. And there was just this blood streak throughout the entire town. And that's kind of how I imagine this, is Zaid being dragged through, like, the corridors leading up to the Adventurers Guild because of how far he pushed people back. And it's just this endless stain of blood dragged across the ground, just continuously inferring how horrible a scene you're gonna see. And then you see him crucified to the fucking door holding his own head in his hand. It's just, like, fucking beautiful, in my opinion. And then that's what breaks Husai, is the final seeing it. And then it goes into the fervor of like, he said to me I needed to find this. I'm going to look through his work. I'm going to find what he was talking about. And, of course, he eventually finds the Warriors of Light. So it's like without Zaid's death, he never would have looked into it. He never would have considered it. Zaid had to die in order for Husai to find this information. And that's how it started. And then we worked in the Monarch, and now it's like all of Zaid's death ties like 8 different plot lines all together nice and neatly without any, any other random things, or nothing random comes in to grab it. It just goes... Everything's fine.
Is. I'll also add in this section that you can come up with actions that go against the core belief. For instance, maybe your character has a very strong core belief about the sanctity of life, but they find themselves in a scenario with maybe someone who's very old, and euthanasia starts to become an option to them because they're in so much pain. The tension between the core belief and what seems to be the right option is going to do wonders for your book. The next step is to use your character's core belief in order to establish your character's personality. And by personality, I'm just talking about like the temperament and like how your character interacts with other people. For an example, let's look at Harry Potter and Hermione Granger. So one of her core values, and this isn't her only core value, but I'd say it's one of the stronger ones, is academic excellence and the pursuit of knowledge. So if that's her core belief, how does that manifest itself in her personality? Well, she can be very intense. She approaches everything with this dedication and focus. She tends to be a perfectionist as well and sets these very high standards not only for herself, but for others too. That sort of belief makes her very methodical, right? She's a planner. She's not someone who just flies by the seat of her pants. And lastly, she becomes a little bit domineering, right? She's a little bit of a know-it-all and can be kind of bossy. Okay, so now we're getting to the very last stage of this inverted character building process. You know the core belief of your character, you know something contradictory about that belief, you know their personality and actions and personality. Now, and only now, can we actually drill down and get to the details. This is what most authors start with when they're creating a character, but in our process, it's going to be very last. So here are 3 details you should figure out about your character at this point. 1, a mannerism. 2, give your character a speech pattern. And 3, give your character an appearance. So let's start by giving your character a mannerism. Now, the trouble with most character mannerisms is that they don't reveal anything about the character. They're just this anonymous action that virtually anyone could take in the world, and it would mean the exact same thing. For example, running one's hand through one's hair in frustration. You see this gesture all the time in books, and it doesn't tell you anything about the character. It's zero.
If you've read Sword of Truth, you'll know this one, because this ties, this is a great example. This ties extremely well into the narrative. Richard always runs his hand through his hair when he's frustrated. It's basically like set up through the entirety of the book. And then when you get to the end of the book, when Dark and Rawl, spoilers if anyone cares, spoilers for Sword of Truth, spoilers, when Richard finally gets to like confronting Dark and Rawl for the first time, basically Dark and Rawl puts a spell on him that makes it so all of Richard's enemies will see him as Richard, and all of Richard's friends will see him as Dark and Rawl. And his grandfather and his future wife are basically standing there, looking at Dark and Rawl, wondering why the fuck he's here. And Zed, the grandfather, is like, there is something wrong with this scene. I know that something is wrong. And Kaylin, the other character, she's a confessor. Now, one of the big things they've set up is that Kaylin will use her confessor magic on Richard to control him. And they're all like, there's no fucking way that would ever happen! But Dark and Rawl made Richard look like Dark and Rawl, and now Dark and Rawl is in front of Kaylin. So Zed's sitting there like, wait, something's wrong here, because Richard is, it's like with his frustrated look on his face, he's like running his hand through his hair, which is not so, and Dark and Rawl is like a very Like, he has a burn all over his body and stuff like that. So, like, he would never run his hand through his hair like that. Like, there's just mannerisms that he would never do that are specific to Richard. And Zed's like, wait! Right before Kaylin touches him and uses her powers on him. And it's like, this whole setup and everything like that, and it's all, as the reader, you're like trying to tell Zed, like, look for these things! Notice this, please! Stop her! No! What's going on? You know? And it's like just building this drive for the reader. And it all stems off of, can you notice these small mannerisms of the characters? So, I thought that was a great example of that.
Zero character building. It is an anonymous action that anyone could take. Your goal is to create a mannerism that reflects the deeper values and core belief systems of your character. So let's look at an example from Gillian Flynn, her book Sharp Objects. And we're gonna look at this amazing mannerism the mother has. My mother hushed me, looking away. When my mother is piqued, she has a peculiar tell. She pulls at her eyelashes. Sometimes they come out. This is a mannerism that is uniquely suited to this character. The eyelash pulling shows her as believing that bodies are something that need to be controlled and that bodies are something that need to be disciplined rather than accepted. Also, eyelash pulling is like a very gentle metaphor for the type of self-harm that goes on in this novel, and there's a lot, including the daughter's cutting. And the way she treats her own body through things like eyelash pulling mirrors the way that she treats her daughter's bodies as well. It's a mannerism which perfectly matches who she is as a character. Now, I've actually written a whole blog post more about mannerisms, so if you're stuck on mannerisms, you want some more ideas for fodder and you don't know what your character could possibly do, I'll put a link in the description to that mannerism post so you can read it and be inspired. The second thing we're going to use your character's core belief to figure out is give your character a speech pattern. So Andy Weir is a fantastic sci-fi writer. You probably know him from stuff like Hail Mary, but he also wrote The Martian, which became a movie with Matt Damon. And Matt Damon plays a character called Mart Watney, who I think his core belief could be summarized as science and rationality can solve seemingly impossible problems. Now, if that was his only core belief, I think the way he would speak would be very boring in the book, to be honest. We'd get a whole bunch of scientific jargon and like 1/20th of the people reading would actually understand it. But that's not his only core belief, right? There's also a contradictory core belief that he thinks that if he's going to survive, humor is going to be just as important as science and rationality. So how does that core belief and the contradictory core belief manifest in a speech? Well, it's this strange mix of both science and humor. On one hand, you have like straight up science passages like this one. All right, so I need to create a closed loop oxygen system. That means I'll have to use the Martian atmosphere, which is mostly CO2, and somehow convert it to breathable oxygen. The best way to do that is through electrolysis. But then he also has lines which are definitely tongue-in-cheek. Luckily, in the history of humanity, nothing bad has ever happened from lighting hydrogen on fire. Oh, the Hindenburg called, it wants its explosion back. He also does this great thing where he mixes low diction, which is humor, right, with high diction, the science part of things. I tested the brackets by hitting them with rocks. That's the low diction part, right? Here comes the high diction part. This kind of sophistication is what we interplanetary scientists are known for. And then sometimes he mixes up his scientific jargon with sort of like lowbrow language as well.
I'm gonna have to science the out of this.
If you can use your character's core belief to figure out some sort of nuance or interesting contradiction about the way that they speak, your book's gonna be brilliant. And lastly, we come to the place where most people actually start, right? The character's appearance. But we're ending here for a very specific purpose, because I think once you know all this other stuff about this character, their core beliefs, their backstory, their personality, how they speak, then and only then are you ready to figure out what they look like. Now, obviously, there are some aspects of your character's appearance that don't really depend on stuff like backstory or core beliefs, right? Hair color, eye color, like, no. You can just choose those. But there are some aspects of your character's core belief that do affect a good deal about their appearance. Look at Katniss Everdeen in The Hunger Games. She has a core belief that practical survival trumps social niceties. So that sort of thing is reflected in her appearance. She has a very practical braid, which is good when you're running around and people are trying to kill you. She has very utilitarian clothing, right? This isn't like fanciness like all those people in the Capitol. Or look at a character like Miss Havisham from Charles Charles Dickens' Great Expectations. She has this core belief that heartbreak stops time. So when she gets jilted at the altar, she spends the rest of her days in that wedding dress, letting it get more and more tattered, letting it yellow. Her appearance is frozen in time, kind of like her emotional state. Or look at Bret Easton Ellis's American Psycho, in which you have a character like Patrick Bateman. He fundamentally believes that control and power and wealth are the most important things in life. And so he thinks that aging and physical decay end up being signs of weakness. What that means is he develops this insane skincare ritual, and that he meticulously styles his hair, and that his clothing is organized by color, and his perfectly manicured nails are checked compulsively. His appearance is how he manifests power in the world, and it also matches his compulsive personality and his very shallow superficiality. Okay, I hope that was helpful, me walking you through this process of inverted character creation, and check out one of my other videos on character creation if you need some more help.
Hell yeah, dude. That one was actually, like, really good. That was, the technical side that we need to find in actual editing. Alright, now here's the question. Sean, are you here? Alright, let's do it. Chapter 12. And again, if anyone has anything they want us to read, feel free to drop it in the Discord. Where is it? There it is. There it is. There it is. There we go. Speaking of Sean, I recently discovered my city has a large statue of Sean the sheep. Hey, you spelt it right, Levi. I mean, what? Is he, like some sort of famous sheep? Or is he like a mascot of the town? Oh, what is he at? Where are you at? Where are you at? Where are you at? He's a cartoon character. Ah, cool. Made by the guys who made Wallace and Gromit. Or Gromit. Ah. I remember, you showed me that. Unfortunately, I didn't grow up with TV or anything like that, so, like, you know, pre-2002. So, like, pretty much, like, I guess anything pre-1998. Shit that was still on the air. Getting fucking hot in here. Seen an episode or two, can't remember the name of the kids station I watched it on. Bro, it was one channel like that. Anything to keep the kiddos occupied. Makes sense there, Sean. Alright, here we go. The next morning, I assigned workforces to begin gathering the timber and mortar resources we'd need to begin construction. There was some grumbling, but none dared to disobey. While convenient, I didn't want blind obedience. At some point, a scuffle broke out among the workforce. It seemed there was a clear divide between the true loyalists and a few who only said as much to be accepted by them. Jenna seemed about to get the situation under control when a new rule idiot pulled non-existent rank on her and declared her a traitor. The man drew his salvaged bronze dagger and attacked Jenna. Jenna's mace slammed his blade away, but more of the idiot men rallied behind the fool. With a burst of speed, I arrived and cut the weapon hand of the dagger wielder. The others froze, seeing their leader's hand missing. They then gaped open-mouthed at their leader as he was thrown up into the air, and far higher than I had thrown the blackguard from the earlier batch. I didn't bother to catch him, and he splattered on the paving stones, leaving a gory mess. I fucking love it, Sean. Yes. Deserved, motherfucker. I am queen, which means there are no ranks unless I award them. Nothing your pathetic resistance group decided matters anymore. No doubt several of your higher ranks were given them out of favoritism. I don't think you need them. I think no doubt several of your higher ranks were given out of favoritism. I don't know. Rather than due to the ability. But I don't think you need... I think the them there messes it up. Given to them sounds like the dialect shifts it to given them. Unless you mean, no doubt several other higher ranks were given to them out of favoritism. Yeah, there you go, Sean. I was like, wait, there's another possibility here. Because I'm like, usually you don't just add an extra word. Usually you miss a word. What word would you put there? But yeah. Were given to them out of favoritism rather than due to ability. I think that's better than just saying given to them. Ranks were given out of favoritism. But you could just take both of them out. You know what they say, if you don't need it, remove it. Given out of favoritism. And we already know that we're referring to those people. And I don't even think you need to say rather than due to ability. You could just say out of favoritism. This is just, I think this is ruining a little bit of the subtext. Because that's what the favoritism implies, is that it wasn't out of ability. I think given them is fine so long as the antiquated accent is consistent. Yeah, that's another thing. Since it's a like perspective of the narrator and it's the dialogue of the character. Those are two completely different things, right? And even if you're not in like first person, like the narrator voice may be different than the dialogue voice, or the narrator voice may be the same as the dialogue voice, right? But as long as it's consistent, no matter which one it is. Anyways. I will not stand for anyone claiming they have a rank unless it was granted by me. You then dare to attack my second in command, who I name general of the offense. In plain view of myself, did you seriously believe that you had any power here? You're men in this land. Only women can rule. That isn't just a tradition. It's the law of this land. My power is granted unto me by the land itself, and only the women of my line receive this power. Were any man to attempt wearing my cornet, the results would be extremely painful and fatal. Further, any male related to that one would become infertile. So remember your place. The men, cowed, sheathed their weapons, but I wasn't satisfied. Jenna barked an order for them to surrender their weapons, which they grudgingly obeyed. Her Majesty shouldn't need to order you to obey common decency. You know her will and betrayed it. All of you have proven yourself untrustworthy to wield even such crude weapons as the Lizardmen forge. Learn your place. Obey your superiors. Why is my Discord going off? What is going off in the Discord? Some of these servers are not muted. But I've never had... Like, I didn't just join a new Discord. I've never had an issue with this. Okay, they're all muted now. It shouldn't do that anymore. Okay, sorry. I name Marta General of the Defenses. She, I trust, to keep all my people safe within these walls. So saying, I left to inform Marta of her new office. I expected to find her in the kitchen. I relayed the story to and her new title, and she looked somewhat put upon, but bowed. I suppose Dresna can take over the kitchen. I'll begin shoring up the defenses and picking trustworthy people to man the walls and gates. I hugged her. At least this means I can take a more active role in keeping my Tessa safe. She returned my hug, then set off to assign Dresna to her new post. Oh, and think of places the lizard woman could handle during the day. Perhaps they can be in charge of the windlass in case we need to raise the portcullis or the drawbridge during an emergency. That at least would keep your fighters free, rather than having them stuck for several minutes winding the windlass, which could prove critical in battle. Marta saluted with a smile. Just then, the woman who had called out when Dale had made a comment about Lystra came towards me. My queen, I heard about what happened on the build site, how 5 men attacked General Jenna. Had I known their true colors, you have my word, not one of them would have made the trip alive. They played their game well, no doubt intending to force you to accept them as husbands and take control. I can't prove that, but still, now I know their true natures, I'm disgusted. The surprise about the lizard woman was almost understandable. Then the idiots tried to attack them. I fully support the executions, making it clear that prejudice over race will not be tolerated, and that you rule. It should have been obvious, but it is sad we've had to remove 4 of our members, let alone those who died. You can be certain, Your Majesty, that I, Carmina, am fully at your command. Carmana. A pulse of power from the emerald on the crown informed me that this woman was of the blood of the house of Canterel. Carmina of the House of Canterel, I name you Minister of Defense. May your family remain true, as it has for centuries past. Carmen's eyes bulged as she heard not only her title, but the fact that she had a family name, and one from the past. My queen, I am honored, but it is all right for me to accept one of the ancient names. I smiled at her. I didn't just give you that name, it was always yours. Though your family had forgotten that fact, you are of the blood of Canterel. This I know. The magic of the coronet informed me of this fact just now. Carry your name with pride, and welcome home. I embraced her briefly. Walking away from the stunned woman, I sought out my wife. Comfort was something I felt I needed. Nice. Just building everyone up. Fucking... Perfect scene there, though. Didn't catch him. Love it. So fucking good. Okay, so this is where we're starting now. This is kind of dialogue. Right. Nice. Congratulations, Sean. 40%. Whoops. 125%. Ooh, today's going to be a good day, guys. Hell yeah. Callie, hi, how's it going? Sorry, Raymond Dow. Sometimes I get too carried away. Break some eardrums. Then you'll be my watchers, not my listeners. Carries the talks away. Mine. See, the problem is, Callie, I'm free use. I'm free use material. You can't own me. You can only use me for a certain period of time, and then someone else will come by and use me. It's just the way that it is. Like Sudoku and want easy while claiming its expert difficulty, play Sudoku Pro, which is free in the Microsoft Store. I'm under 218 for easy and under 5 on expert. Nice, Sean. Okay. Reporting in, sir. We're ready for takeoff. That game has one fault that makes it easier than it should be. If you solve a row, the same numbers will be used on rows to either side. The same is true in columns and the squares above or below. That isn't true in a traditional Sudoku game. Ah, interesting. Interesting. I don't know what to like. They've reported that they're going, or they're not going. Like, There are SVP. Oh. All the delegates have reached a consensus. The landing in Dubai has been prepared. It's like, okay, now we're going in a direction, right? I think that's better. Yeah, don't worry there, young buck. We got this. Thanks for the heads up. And he's like very casual, right? Almost nonchalant like. Understood, sir. I'll go inform the pilot. Melanie put her arm around Daniels. I think this should be split. Because she's like, the wink implies the second part. Because she says, I can go with you. Oh, for fuck's sakes. I can go with you. She winked. Do I need a capital there? I don't know. And she winks at the give my opinion as if she's like talking about his dick. That's the inference. He's like, I have to accept the embrace, but this is the most that I'll do. Because it's like she's basically locked him in to this position. Going to say I thank you for the author. Or however, that would be most unnecessary. She snickered and walked into the door. Well, this is the least I can do. She kissed him on the cheek. Left the room with relief. His... That woman is a menace, always playing games. The fate she sealed in other men led them into a cold sweat. And this, instead of playing leave them in a cold sweat, we're going to say lead into, because it's like leading them on. So it's like leading them on, because that's what she does. So this is kind of a play on words. Like, this is how I, like, add poetic, like, meaning to replacement of words. I'm like, how can I make this a double meaning? So, I don't know. I just really like this sentence. And then we're just kind of explaining the ship. So we walk through the lavish corridor of the massive fuselage. Again, to influence the idea that it's a plane that they're in. And it's obviously something, like, very akin to very important people, right? And the idea that it's, like, unraveled here is the idea that, you know how they have, like, the curtains up and stuff, like, in between the sections and stuff like that? So I imagine him going through and, like, pulling up those curtains as he goes, kind of idea. But that's where I got the idea of unraveled. So, this one, I'm not sure about, like, whether that should be the right word there. He walked the steps up to the front top deck. They're called decks on planes, too, right? Yes, levels in some aircraft, particularly those in multi-passenger decks or flight decks. So it's a flight deck. Okay. Yeah, so it is a deck. I'm just gonna quickly is this it? It's not exactly what I want. Why can't I find this frickin' picture? This one's perfect. But it's one of those ones you can't fucking see the image of. And it's just so blurry you can't even tell. But so there's got to be like a main point. I don't know what the actual names of on a plane are. Like, I know it would be like the cabin is like the pilot's area, right? But I have oh, here we go. This one. This one's perfect. Can I actually get this one as a friggin' image? Just the picture. I just want the picture. Why do they make this shit so fucking hard? Okay, so nose ring. Okay, this is everything on the outside. What about the inside? I need the inside of the plane. Ooh, this one looks promising. Okay, there it is, but it doesn't have the frickin' names on it. Where's the one that has the frickin' names on it? Oh my god. It's got the names here. It's got the names here. Why doesn't it have the names here? And again, oh wait. Well, let me see what I can do with this. No, the more you zoom in, the more it just gets fucked up. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to see this, but we'll try. Baggage hold, water tank, upper deck, pilot's rest bunks, flight deck, passenger cabin. Oops. Okay, so this is the presidential suite, right? This is where the poker game is being held. This is the pilot's deck. Does that make sense? So they're here, he goes here, inspects through there, goes up the stairs. Instead of going to the passenger cabin, which is the thing, he's gonna go here. So as he passes here, I'm actually gonna go in and we're gonna make a statement about him hearing sounds, and he thinks it's the pilots, but it's actually like Tanner and Harold cracking jokes about Cindy. 'Cause always. So that gives me a better image of what I'm actually looking for. Up to the top deck. That was all to figure out what wording we should use for this sentence. So this is we need to add something here. He walked the steps up the top, and this is where it's like so we'll have to redo that there. Because that's going to be part of the dilemma for the next one. So we want conflict there. Get rid of conflict there. It's actually, he realizes the sounds were not coming from pilots. And this is there. And then that's the reaction, because he sees all of that. Okay. I think that's a better structure. So this should actually be here. Walked steps up to the top deck. So 2 men laughing. I'm just gonna say cage, because I don't know what to call it. Like his mind cage, right? I want something like worst case scenarios. And like this is where I'm like, is my ambiguity hurting or helping in this factor? Because it's like, oh, they're laughing their asses off apparently, but he's like, yeah, they're definitely talking about the worst things that could happen. Like, dude, imagine if this happened, and then that happened, and then that. Oh my God, we're always imagining the worst kinds of scenarios. It's like, I mean, that's kind of a good thing to be in your job, because then you would have an idea if something went wrong, what the fuck you would do in that scenario, right? So like, they're just laughing up a storm about it, and that's what he thinks. And then when he comes in and he asks them, they're going to deny it, and he's going to think that it's just them being like, why would we ever do that? We're professional, you know? And he's like, all right, guys, okay, sure. Whatever. If, you know, fuck it. Didn't catch you in the act, so, I mean, fair enough, right? You're just going to fucking deny it? Alright, I mean, I wasn't going to say anything against it, but you never know if it's a trap. You're just not going to admit it. Safest move is just to not admit it. He's like, yeah, it's reasonable, right? And this is also like, he's like just walking around doing the or he's not doing the inspection yet. Have we said that he's doing the inspection? No, he was talking about Melanie, and it's talking about the ship or the plane, and then he's going to talk to them. So it hasn't mentioned anything about him doing an inspection as like the head of security. As far as I know, nothing like that. So it's like the idea is that he's basically been thinking in his head about Melanie, and he may have misinterpreted where those sounds came from, because he only like after the fact was like, wait, was that a bunch of guys laughing? I don't know. Fuck me. I'm out of it right now. Kind of idea. Just thinking about getting his dick wet. It's like, I could do it. I could probably definitely do it, but you know it's a fucking trap. she's just doing it for attention. She's doing it for attention. Does it with everyone. Okay, so we can get rid of this. So this is where he starts to do his inspection. And then that's when he realizes, wait, hold on. Something's not fitting right here with where that sound came from. And he's like, it couldn't have been the presidential suite, right? And then he goes to the presidential suite. Maybe I need to add a scene? I'm thinking about this now. Maybe before he goes... Let's look at the schematic again. Let's look at the schematic. Wait, did I close it? Fuck. Whoops. Fuck me. It was in paint, right? Fuck. Wait, is it in this? No. Damn, I don't remember what it was called. This is called the flight deck. Right here, it should be EDR, welcome, welcome. How's it going? Welcome back. How are you, good sir? Glad you could join us today. We are on quite the adventure. Sorry, I didn't come yesterday. It's because I was busy. Yeah, no worries, EDR. You don't feel obligated to watch the stream. Just, you know, I'm always gonna be here. Pop in whenever you got the free time and you're looking for some entertainment. If that's your kind of thing. Better, but just a long-lived human with pointy ears. Yes! Octopi! Bitches! That's what it's about. Hmm. I want to say something about, like, you know, them, something about, hey, don't be in awe just because everyone's here. I'm just gonna say. Something like that. It's like, it puts the emphasis in, but we can do a much better with our wording. We'll just, it's another thing we'll come back to, because we'll come back to anything that's within the parentheses, and that's what we're gonna reassess in, like, the final version. So we're just going through and rereading. My boss is old, and he is asking everyone if they want to be the manager, and to do that, I got to be just very nice to everyone. My work starts at 10:30, so I gotta go, man. Keep it up. Good work. Hell yeah, EDR. Have a good day, good sir. Always keep up those good vibes, man. Try to turn people's frowns upside down. Some people you can't, but don't let them discourage you, right? It's all about continuing to try, and some people, no matter what you do, you're never gonna get them to do it. But don't let that discourage you from the ones that you definitely will. And the ones who already have it, broaden theirs even more. This line's kind of important, because that's when they're like, oh shit, okay, we gotta get him on board now. Right? Or it's like, maybe he's just been on board, like, a really long time. Like, he's been on board at least 2 hours, right? And they've been, like, playing poker in there for, like, let's say 4 hours, 5 hours, 6 hours. Like, they're just waiting for the delegates. So they're just sitting on the plane as soon as everybody agrees. Okay, boom, it's ready for takeoff. But we are ready to go as soon as everyone signs. Right? Yeah, I'm just gonna end it with that. Or is it called the top deck? Fuck, did I get rid of it again? Am I really that dumb that I got rid of it again? I'm gonna need to keep referring to it. Why do I get rid of it? Why am I so bad? Yeah, it's just called the upper deck. But this could be multi-leveled, so let's just say top deck. But this will be something that we don't really... We can come back to that. It wasn't pilot's cabin. It was flight deck. Okay, then we need just before the pilot. He knocked on the door and let the two men. But we need no. I was just gonna summarize it, but we actually need this scene because we need him to say, "Hey, what are you guys laughing about? What scenario did you guys come up with this time?" And they'll be like, "Wait, what? What are you talking about?" And they'll be like, "I heard you guys downstairs." And they're like, don't know what you're talking about." He's like, yeah, sure, guys, okay. There's someone else I heard, right? Okay. Don't worry. Secrets, your secret is safe with me. Okay, and then now we're here. I forgot the conversation. First, to know what you were. Oh. So we had the conversation. Have to know you were hollering about 2 minutes ago. They're like, you sure about that? It's been pretty quiet in here. Ah, give it up. I ain't spilling the beans. You can let me in. Nudge the pilot with his elbow. Seriously, nothing. Be a tough nut. I don't think I need this. Just... like, he said he's going on a security run, so he's obviously leaving. So it's just inferred that he's, you know, leaving, closing the door. Something like, as he walked along the rows, inspecting seats. We already know he's inspecting that, so just a sound pulled him from his inspection. Near the rear. Presidential suite. And this is the first time we mention anything about that. It's like the presidential suite. Okay, so these are very important people. So this is the president, right? That's pretty out there, right? I mean, like to the point, like on point. As opposed to everything else that's been like completely vague to the side. Now we have an idea. Okay, this is a presidential plane. This is Air Force One. Boom, we now have a picture. trying to think how to do this, because it's like, if I just go straight into this, it won't have an impact because you don't know what the room is supposed to look like. Although you assume it's supposed to look pristine, but you know, they're drinking alcohol and playing poker downstairs. So, what are you going to expect out of this? Right? So I gotta set it up so it's like, it's almost like he wouldn't normally even inspect the presidential suite. So it's like, this time the sound caught wind in his ears. He knew instantly something was wrong. Closed in on the door to residential suite. Sounds louder. He had his doubts. Those old farts can't move that fast. Thought to himself. Those old farts can't move that fast. Because think about the amount of time it took him from go to the suite to the piloting room and then back. And from the time it took him from go to the poker room to the stairs. Like, there's no way any of those geriatric fucks are going to be able to get to the suite without him noticing by this time. So now it's like, okay, it's not one of them. There's something else going on here.
It's that time again. Have a blast, everyone.
Thanks, Sean, for hanging around. Have a good night, good sir. Take care. We will see you again, hopefully soon. Thank you again for sharing your work for us. It is always a pleasure to read someone else's stuff. I really appreciate it. Take care, good sir. And remember, fuck you. Tell your wife fuck you for me too, bro. I don't think I need to say that. I just need to say, opened the door. One line of threats instantly erased itself from his mind. A singular node perception illuminated. Situation, truth, hazard, danger, Facade. I don't know how to spell facade. Facade? Facade. Facade. Okay. Facade. The word is facade. Fuck. I don't even know what the word is now. I'm like, what is it? I'm literally so high, guys. I don't... Facade. Facade. Okay, I'd forgotten what the actual fucking word was. Facade. Node of perception illuminated the facade. Alcohol bottles, condom wrappers, weed mixed with coke and tobacco. The room was a disaster. He was only shocked for several seconds before he acted. Okay, this is where... Okay. So, all of this is new. Okay, so from here all the way to there. Okay, I don't think I need this because we've already got his reaction. So I think we just need him like dialoguing. So I think this is completely fine. It's nice and strong, just gives you a nice image of a destroyed like hotel room almost. Not in shock, just trailed off as the door to the master bedroom opened. Don't know if I need to say drunken. Because it's like he was swigging a bottle. I don't know what this sentence in like Daniel's perspective. Like this is from Tanner's perspective. I don't know if I need this. I kind of want this, though. I don't know if that's a good thing. Or just like turning that italics, right? We have a problem child. And he emphasized child. Come up to the presidential suite. And this ends with the reaction, which is the calls on Josh. Okay. Face was lost in a bottle. True, Eddie. True. That's what it's all about. Being banger. 100%. Heart it out. Let's go, boys. Send in the hearts. I think that's fine. His face was lost in a bottle. He didn't even notice Daniel. I think the saying his face was lost in a bottle is sufficient enough for, you know, he didn't notice. Okay, now we're on to this the good scene, I guess. The rush struck him back into a child's body. The rush struck him back into a youthful state. I don't think I need to say a mix of sounds and smells. Just describe it. Sharp spices mixed with body odor. Cinnamon, jasmine. Sound of K-pop blared. No, I'm dumb. Derp. This is previously. This is him in the hallway. The room. I don't know if this, Okay, this needs to be changed. Harold needs to be introduced earlier. Maybe introduce Harold before here? As he's like, Harold's like taking pictures of him doing drugs? I'm not sure how to do this. Okay, just think the order of this needs to change. So... I don't know. I'm just going to put this in here, and we're just going to leave it at that. So I think that's better than the direct conversation that's had. But this will infer that it's already been happening. And he's just like, oh hey, get this. Right here. This is where I need it. Talks, what do you think is missing in the story I wrote? Trying to think about it of like staying inside the confines of the snow globe and not anything like if you're here for Expedition 33 and you know about the painting, it's like if the snow globe was the painting, you don't want to leave the painting and you don't want to refer to anything outside of the painting. You just want the snow globe because you've built everything around the snow globe, including like the idea of like the stars and stuff like that, right? Based upon like the personalities of the people, right? So I would say the only thing that's lacking is like events, more struggle taking place between the characters, fleshing out maybe more of Belfry and Nell's backstory. Maybe have something about them when they're kids or something like that. I don't know. But that's just what I could think of off the top of my head. If you wanted to, like, expand on something, it'd probably be, like, a little bit more into their backgrounds. Wrote down. Nice. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot you can do with it, Callie. But I also meant the fish story. Oh, the fish story. Well, you could do a lot with the fish story. Like, you could make them spirits that inhabit human bodies and they have to find their soulmate. You can make it as one of them dies and it's like a romance revenge. You could have them like separated and have to find each other. Like my one thing when you said like they're in their own little pond is if there's like a flood and they get washed out of that one pond into like a bigger river and now they're like out in a river or out in the ocean and now they have to find each other, right? I don't know, there's a lot you could do with that. I actually had very similar ideas. I was going to have the Arbiter transform them into humans, but now I'm debating having them stay as fish. I feel like people would be disappointed to see them turn human. Callie, you could do the whole thing where if they leave water, they become human. And then you could have an entire storyline built up around them being, like, really, really good friends. And somehow, like, this topic about fish has just never been brought up because it's like they're in, like, let's say the real world. So they've never brought up the fact that they're a fish to anyone. And you could either have it, like, be something, like, interpersonal, like, you know, they like, get together, but it's like, oh, this one never showers or anything like that. Or, like, they won't shower with each other or something like that. There's some sort of weird thing that's, some sort of weird dynamic that has to do with water. Maybe it's like, you know, if you submerge them underwater for, let's say it's not, like, instant, right? It's like, if, for instance, oh, here's a good one. I like this one, Callie. Callie, take this one. If they are on the verge of drowning, they turn back into a fish. But they don't know that they can turn back into a fish. And there's some event, and these two characters have fallen in love, and there's some event where one of the characters drowns, and it turns into a fish, and then the other character has the instant realization and drowns themselves and turns into a fish. And then they're, like, living happily as a fish now. And it's like this just, and they, like, literally, like, chase the world away, or, like, they die or something like that because it's, like, chlorinated. Now, it'd have to happen, like, a river or an ocean or something like that. Somewhere they would actually survive out in, right? Now I have the mental image of that meme of the dude kicking the first fish that eventually evolved into humans in the head. Pretty fucking much. I love the imagery. But yeah, that way, Callie, you could work within the boundaries of the people that are. Why is my what Discord? What notifications are doing what for the fucking Discord? I have this shit, like, purposefully fucking turned off. I don't understand what's going on. What is this? It's fucking annoying. It's never done this before. I hate it when new shit happens that hasn't happened before. It makes me think I did something wrong. Quick, join the Twitch Mod Club, a Discord server where mods can network and get expert support. But I'm not a mod. That's such an odd thing to have. Got something fun on the Discord. Translation of a story that I had transcribed from audio first. Just scroll to where the English starts. Alright, alright. You got me intrigued, Raymond. I'm a mod in a few streams. Mwah, give me just kidding. I mean, it does this. I was actually gonna do that, Callie, but it does this. I mean, I don't know if this will help. See if that does anything. If you actually want to. Like, you gotta fill out a whole fucking form and do a whole professional fucking thing, so it's not like you just get the link of the Discord and connect to it. So hey, Callie, I would love to have a mod that is on that team. So if you are willing to volunteer to do that, I would be very much appreciative of that. Oh, Jesus. Ershgederbendorfer. I mean, we've gotten pretty far through the story. So actually, I think we're just gonna put in Cindy does the last 4 lines of coke fuck with Tanner because he fucked with her with the booze. Revenge, bitch. And that's how we run out of coke without them realizing that they ran out of coke. Because they went through 2 bottles of alcohol and like 8 or 9, actually it's probably like 12 lines of coke in like the last 5 minutes. They go in fucking hard. But yeah. And then it's like they're out of coke, they gotta go find more, and then that's when he leaves the room, and Daniel's standing there, and he's gonna have like another bottle, right? Because he's gonna grab another bottle and be like, fuck you, bitch, start chugging the bottle as he walks out of the room. Absolute fucking Cinema Vegas moment. G the Machine, W Stream. I'm glad that you say that, G the Machine. I always like having criticism. But you know, compliments are always welcome too. No one's ever going to turn down a compliment. So, you know, it can't be helped when you're writing the most controversial story of all time. So, you know, there's that. And we're getting pretty close, right? We're like halfway. And most of this is like the exposition at the end. But I still have to write the fight scene. W stream is a compliment. No, Callie, I was making a joke. I said, because I at first I said, oh yeah, normally it's what did I say? I said normally it's criticism. So I'm like, normally I take criticism, but thank you for the compliment. As in, like, I don't get a lot of compliments, I get a lot of criticism, thus contrasting how awesome I think that your compliment is. You see how I did that, Callie? That's a unique technique in order to emphasize or overemphasize. No, it wasn't, Callie, it wasn't sarcasm, it's contrast. No. I said I usually get complaints. But it's nice to get a compliment now. So that contrasts how good the compliment is, because normally I just get criticized, right? So it's like, oh hey, finally someone's giving me a compliment. So that's a really good technique for overemphasis on something. Contrast it with something else, right? So it's like the majority of things are negative, so when a positive thing happens, it's perceived as more positive. That's why like one positive thing can outweigh 7 negative things, right? Now we have to shit on him to counterbalance. True, Ray. It can only be one. Oh. But yeah. Poop. It's okay. Oh, Callie. So. The, what do you call it? I guess you would, like, I don't know what to call it, like, origins? Like, I'm thinking now, I'm like, wait, You went into the specifics and origins of of Stella and Belfry and Nell. Am I retarded? Did you go into the background of Gawain as well? Because I'm trying to remember, and I'm like, I don't remember anything about Gawain's origin. Okay, I'm fucking retarded. I don't remember. No, I'm high, Raymond. I'm always high. I don't retain knowledge like in a short term. It takes like 2 weeks, 3 weeks when it finally becomes a long-term memory. And then it's like I can instantly recall it. But if it doesn't make that trek from short-term memory to long-term memory, it's fucking gone. So only the good ones stay. That's why I'm... Gawain was like the bullied one that everyone expected a lot of, even though he's just skin and bones. No, I mean like Callie, like Stella's a star, right? Like, I don't remember if Belfry is a star as well. Aren't they all 3 stars? Like Gawain, yeah, and then is Gawain also a star? That's what I mean by origins. I'm like, wait, Stella's a star, Nell's a star, Belfry's a star. Is Gawain a star? Is that just supposed to be inferred? I don't know, I'm having this whole crisis in my mind right now. About, wait, is there actual is like, when you said, is there something missing? Is it all of them are made from the legs of Elias? That's right. That's right. Okay. There is an origin, right? And Elias is the star, right? And it was Elias and was there another one? That was the 8-legged spider, right? I don't know. Don't take me as an example of does your Faye Belle is the beautiful fairy. Yeah, that's Faye Belle. That's Belfry. That's right. That's right. No, my cat. I killed the cat, guys. I killed the cat. That's like your family asking you to move a chair up the stairs by yourself, even if you're a skinny 5'6" dwarf. 5'6" isn't dwarf, Ray! I'm 5'6". I'm not a fucking dwarf. I'm skinny as shit. That's some fat ass bullshit. 5'6" brothers unite. Now, if you're talking like a 4'12", a 4'10", dude, there are regulars at fucking Walmart that like don't even go up to my shoulders. And there are people that I like don't even go up to their shoulders. Like the height fucking difference is insane. We have one guy who has to literally duck his head. He has to be like 7'2". Like he literally has to duck his head to come into the store. Because it doesn't fit over the archway of the door. And our entrance is pretty fucking big. We must unite and split Callie in half to be the taller ones. Well, what we gotta do is this. Damn it, why? Fucking just give me the goddamn picture, you piece of shit. Yo, that's me. If you guys didn't know, if you guys didn't know, this is Jufin, and this is where Kyle's dad becomes a dolphin. He's the dolphin lawyer. Gotta give it, this is 20 fucking years ago, guys. 20 fucking years ago. That's insane. Fuck. Wasn't his knees... His knees were Mr. Garrison's balls. And then the final scene is he goes to do a dunk and they're like, no! And then it crushes. Mr. Garrison's balls explode. And then Kyle's legs break apart, and he's like lying there with his legs literally broken off, and the balls exploded. And then Mr. Garrison's like, no, because his balls are gone now. He can't get his balls back. But yeah, they were using Mr. Garrison's balls as the cartilage between the knees. You can't do this shit nowadays. It's fucking and that wasn't even like that was just normal. Like, that was just people having fun. That was just comedy back in the day. Like, it's perfectly fine political satire. Just like I'm doing with my story. Reverse 9/11 is a perfectly fine political critique of a hypothetical that we all know could happen since the Titanic happened. It could be a possibility. Also, just having the Jewish kid doing blackface. Well, I mean, there is the race element to it, yeah, if you want to add that into it, because South Park is always multi-dimensional. They make fun of gay people, they make fun of straight people, they make fun of white people, they make fun of black people, they make fun of fucking everyone. And that's why they can do it, is because they do make fun of absolutely everyone, and it's not some agenda-driven thing, it's a current events thing. Like, these episodes relate to the perspective of the current events of the time. Like, that's what's so powerful about South Park, is it is a ongoing current critique of the current time. That's why some episodes are absolutely timeless, and other episodes age like milk. Because whatever the episode was based on is either, like, completely solved or is a non-issue anymore. But, like, the ones that stick around, like Jufin, are, like, the trans dilemmas we're dealing with nowadays that just transcend everything. I saw Tropic Thunder the other day. Can't make that movie today. No, you wouldn't be able to make Tropic Thunder today. Robert Downey Jr. would get canceled for doing blackface. It just... And it wouldn't even be, like, people say, oh, you can. It's like, yeah, you can. But, like, the ramifications in the social network, especially considering Hollywood is literally based off of, like, who you know and who will work with you. And that's literally, like, the origin of cancel culture is, like, in Hollywood, where celebrities that have voiced opinions towards stuff have just been literally stripped of all of their, like backing and everything like that, which is a huge part of, like, where cancel culture has kind of dipped over into the public sphere, because it's something that originally could only happen with celebrities because you were only in that kind of sphere, but since the internet, now anyone can be in a sphere like that, so it creates this massive almost indent of I don't know what word to use. Like, not quite social ineptitude, but, like, something along those lines. Like, slowly and surely pushing the boundaries until you get a point of, like Asmund says, a Karentocracy. And we are now living in a Karentocracy because of these bleedovers from other genres due to the influence that people have had because of the internet. Didn't the South Park creators regret mocking Al Gore for believing in global warming? And that's why the Man-Bear Pig is now real in South Park universe? See, I don't know the specifics of that, Raymond. Because for all we know, Man Bear Pig always was something, and just... It's the same idea that, yes, that guy was dressed in a Sasquatch outfit, but just because that guy was dressed in a Sasquatch outfit does not mean Sasquatch is not real. Just because someone fakes it doesn't mean it's not real. Just like with like the space program, I believe there are certain things that they had to fake, but there are still things that are real. Like, there's definitely a spectrum there, right? Both things can exist simultaneously. So I'm not sure about the background behind it, and whether it was a social prevalence, like the Jack Link Sasquatch. Exactly, Raymond, right? It's like there's a certain point of cultural relevance, but it's when that cultural relevance gets pushed over into the realm of actuality. Like a day we find a species that's like Sasquatch, and we're like, oh, it was actually the last remaining giant land sloth. What do you know? Makes complete sense. Because in my opinion, if there is a Sasquatch, it's a giant sloth. That's just my thought. It's basically the only thing that makes sense, even in like pre... I think I already asked you this question. Could you beat the Jack Link Sasquatch with an aluminum bat? Raymond Dow, I will answer the question the exact same way as Artosis did. Artosis says Terran versus Protoss is like fighting a bear in a wheelchair with a toothpick. You can do it, but you have to move absolutely perfectly. Poke him in the eye 1,000 times, poke him in the nose, you know, get him in the back of the knees, get a couple of those toes and ankles, get him down onto the ground. Like, you gotta completely immobilize him and blind him. And then you can start working on him with the rest, right? But yeah, it's not an easy task, but hey, you know, there is a possibility that you could. Imagine you give him a good hit to the balls. I mean, that's true, Raymond. But I just kind of imagine me, even if I hit him in the balls, even if I keep smashing him in the balls and then keep smashing him in the face, I just imagine at some point, he's going to recover, raise his hand, grab the bat, and it's going to be fucking Oberyn versus the Mountain. And he's just going to throw me into the ground and crush my face. A big guy once punched me in the balls. Damn, Callie. I felt nothing. That's probably a bad sign, isn't it, Callie? And why would he punch you in the balls? That seems a little, handsy to me. Yeah, you should go check that. No, it means I'm invincible. You can't hurt my balls, you can't fucking hurt anything. I'm fucking invincible, guys. True, Callie, I believe that. We were testing my superpowers. Ah. See, now it's all coming together, Callie. I love it. Okay, I feel like Callie can take the Jack Link Sasquatch. What about the Jack Link Sasquatch? Oh, shit. No aluminum bat. I was gonna say, yeah, don't give him a weapon. Smokey, welcome, welcome. You bastard. Were you waiting for that exact moment? You motherfucker. Maybe. Fuck. You're coughing already. You ain't even toked yet. What do you mean? Fuck you! Fuck you, Smokey! I literally just toked! I didn't see nothing means I saw something. Ooh. Use the balls like those bolas that are used to capture animals tying their legs. Rip out your sack. You gotta do like the three-way tie where you like put one down the middle and two on the side and then stretch the skin out so you got like two strings and you whirl them around. Exactly. Guys, hold on. Smokey, check this out. Should I invent a new kind of ASMR? I was trying to like cough quietly, but it's hard to like. People will think you're dying. Loki sounds like you're having a stroke. Sounds like something out of a horror movie. Hey, that gets some people off, okay? Stroke, stream ASMR. You're it's oh God. I blame Smokey. Oh. Woo. Fucking right, Smoke. Oh. Okay. Okay, guys, I think it's finally time for us to read this. Except, I gotta take a piss. Then we'll read it. Dean Brown, you did not. Wait, did you read Dean Brown? I did not hear. I did not hear it. If you did read Dean Brown, I did not hear it. Okay, good. Because I was like, what the fuck is going on, buddy guy? I don't know. Don't ask me. I don't know. Jesus. Alright. Alright. Meeseeks is blind. Yeah. He's got a cat sitting on him. We're vibing today, boys. We're vibing today. Stories from the Foundation. Wait. Wait. Wait, is this a C... Wait, is this an SCP story?
Wait.
Wait, is this an SCP story? Or am I just, like, getting ahead of myself? Okay. 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 I mean, that's what you get for calling it the Foundation. Anything can be construed back to it. True. Oh my fucking god. My leg just had a randomly. She's like. Oh my god. I have like really bad restless leg. Like I fucking toss and turn all fucking night. Like I'm pretty sure I have abs from working out from like tossing and turning in my sleep. It's like doing like side crunches and stuff from like rolling my legs from side to side. I think that's why my... No, that's not why my that's not why my thighs are so nice. It's very strange. Imagine. True. Okay. Here we go. I still remember when I had the chance to attend an important meeting of the Foundation. Funds were pouring in thanks to the gradual, yet reactionary infiltration into political life. For a good example was the boar-like congressman sitting in front of me. For once, he got straight to the point. What do we do with all this money? We have finished the master's theory, said the heir. Never, cried the keeper of the essences, leaping to his feet with his mustache bristling. I swear to God, who doesn't exist? Oracle of the Catholic atheist. That no one will lay hands on the theory the master abandoned before his pilgrimage through television sets. But I'm his son, replied the heir. And you think that makes you worthy? You think you're worthy? It's true, I'm not worthy. The heir broke down,
Streamer
collapsing
is reading
to the
right
floor.
now. Interruptions will be met with zero patience. Hold your thoughts, save your noise, this is focus time.
Sobbing and whining while repeating, I'm not worthy, I'm not worthy. No one is worthy, lamented another old man, not even I, who used to call him Goosey. Gussie? I have an idea, proclaimed the young man from the shadows with an extravagant bald head. Horazio Ariosto. In the dedication of the Sidonia, said that it would be necessary to refound entire cities, resurrect the dead, and restore to their thrones the whole rabble of Siltemnestras and Oedipussus in order to truly move the audience. Okay, guys, I'll now leave, but I shall be back. Love for all. Okay, Smokey. Have a good one. Thanks for popping in and hanging out, buddy guy. Always fun. Maybe in one of the quadlibetal questions, said the Keeper of Essences. What did he say? Continued the bald youth. Is that philosophy as a second-degree knowledge, right? That reduces thousands of pages to a meme, added the rugged congressman. But it's also true that this is what we constantly do. Well, that reality is eluding us. Not even the most Armacillans, those who believe there are political parties in Red China, accept that the Bairaka are the first tribe we tell them exists and that shares 2 consonants with the one the master mentioned. I don't think we can do anything better with the money than, and here he slammed the table, create that tribe. Hold on, came the objections. That talk of creating smells too much like naive idealism. Still, after long and heated debates, the idea was accepted, and there I was, on the island of the Bairaka, who's also known as the Barakalandia, explaining to a reporter the curious customs of the newly discovered tribe. In truth, newly hired, though they didn't know that. He asked me, so apart from that story about the village of the sun, what else do these people do? The tape recorder didn't intimidate me. They're not Saracens or anything like that, I said. They're Catholics and speak Spanish. Most days they spend in processions, pilgrimages, solemn vows, and hand-kissing and foot-kissing. They also eat babarusa brains, though I got that from Gramsci. And yet, it wasn't entirely false, which justified relying on an author the Foundation considered effeminate and vague. I see, the journalist seemed to concede, but I haven't seen a single church. That's because they're Catholic atheists. I had to enlighten him. I must confess, it wasn't an easy interview. I knew far less than I should have to answer it properly, but I must also admit that this turned out to be an advantage. That very night I came to learn what was truly hidden beneath the Bureauclandia project, funded, by the way, with European funds. The heir and the Keeper of the Essences summoned us to their hut deep in the jungle, where no Baraka was allowed. They turned off the lights, and the Keeper of the Essences began to speak in a cavernous voice. 15 years ago, the European Union's cohesion funds financed this island to make the Master's philosophy coherent. Cohesion is not the same as coherence, said my colleague, who collected the camp's excrement. Silence, said the heir. But that wasn't our true purpose. Our secret objective was to continue the Master's philosophical work in the only way possible. None of us is worthy to do it. None of us, except the true Master. Fortunately, a movie with Gregory Peck gave us the final piece of the idea already planted in us by the Sidonia quote, which isn't even certain the Master ever quoted, muttered the latrine cleaner. Shut up, barked the heir again. Not only did we hire these Oompa Loompas to play as Baraka, given the absence of women in our Foundation, something explainable since ours is a fertile philosophy that smells of smegma, we also paid their women, who volunteered to gestate cloned zygotes of the Master. And today, after 15 years, the time has come to reveal to the world the only ones capable of completing the Master's system without creating a different philosophy from a personality other than his own. Suddenly, the reed mats covering 5 doorways in the halls of the hut fell, and dozens of living images of the Master began to walk through. Though all were black and coal-skinned, all wearing buttoned-up shirts to the neck. "They're alive!" screamed the heir, raising his hand like Rudolph Klein, in Metropolis, with whom he bore an undeniable resemblance. After this, silence flooded the dimly lit room. We were all on edge. After their speech, the heir and the Keeper of the Essences slumped down, hunched and sweaty. The breathing of everyone present was an out-of-sync clock. Not even the local cockroaches which Baraka relied on to solve their protein deficiency, that had once led them to eat the congressman, dared to move. The clones looked at each other. 1 minute passed, then 2, and suddenly they burst out in a unified scream that froze our blood. Holization. Holization. That's the story of which I'm the only survivor. Some might ask, what happened? They bought the clones a gun at the same age the master got his, but they made them memorize all of his philosophy before the age at which he wrote it. What the hell did you expect would happen? Alright. Alright. So, guys, here's the dilemma. I haven't done anything with Claire Obscure. And I want to, but I need to meta build. So, do we end the stream now and say fuck it and start fresh tomorrow? Because tomorrow's the weekend. So if we get an early sleep today, that means tomorrow we can do a longer stream. Or, because it's probably going to take me like an hour to like set up, like I gotta find a build guide that works with all three of my characters. Then I gotta figure out what I actually need for that build, where those items are in the game, if I have those items, and yeah. And I got about 40 minutes. So what do you guys think? Do you want to watch that, or is this like, you know? Alright, well here we go. We got one.
What's good, everybody?
I don't know, but sleep is good.
What's good, everybody?
But I need a
In
streamer.
today's video, I just want to touch bases with you guys. First things first, today is the birthday of the channel. Shout out to every single last one of you guys for rocking with me for these past 3 years. I greatly appreciate you. You turned my dreams into a reality, into a full-blown content creator, YouTuber. I was a content creator on other platforms before, but YouTubing was something that I always wanted to do, was a passion project, and y'all made it a reality. I appreciate every single last one of y'all. Y'all are amazing. For today, I couldn't go without posting something for you. This is going to be my updated Mael. She's level 92 right now. I think she's hitting for 51 million. I can push that a lot further, but there's a lot of things that I'm currently testing out with Lune as well as CL right now, so I'll get back to pushing this to like 50-60 million on another day. I will show you that in a fight with Golgra, because she's going to be the best person to go ahead and fight up with, and this is going to be my new updates to Pictos. I got Agus's Revival. This is found in Renoir's drafts. There's a merchant in there. He's actually really expensive. He has some pretty cool items, but you're going to need a lot of chroma in order to buy all of his different things, and you got to fight him. I have the OG at Death's Door. We already know about that. I was getting messages on my last video that I one-shot Simon in, and people were telling me that they're only reaching about 39 million in damage, and I'm very curious. I want you guys to take a good look and cross-check all of my Pictos and Luminous that I have here. Make sure that that's the same for you, because if it's not exactly the same, that's going to be why you're not hitting the damage numbers that I'm hitting. But I did add a lot of brand new Luminous to Mael since that fight. So if it doesn't look exactly identical, that might be the reason why. Regardless, Auto Shell. I don't know if people really are adding Auto Shell into their build, because this is a very important part of it. Auto Shell with greater powerful as well as, where is it at? Powerful on Shell. These are must-haves. That 3 little synergy that you're getting right there is going to push your DPS even further. Warm up as well is also going to give you a little bit of a boost. even though you're not going to be, you know, parrying anything, and it's only going to be one turn. And another thing, shield affinity. This is also helping you out. As long as you're not taking any damage, which you won't, you're going to be getting 30% increase to damage. So just take a good look and make sure that you're matching up everything that I have here. Things like solo fighter, that's a must. Immediate rest isn't very important because we're one-shotting it anyway. Glass cannon, immaculate. This can be found in Visages. This is the Axon boss location. Glass cannon can be found in the, I want to say, Visages, the Axon, the first Axon boss. You want to go to the sad area. There's going to be like this certain NPC that's just roaming around. He's one of the roaming bosses. You don't have to fight him, but he is one of my favorite fights. You have to continuously parry everything he does or he'll kill you. I love that fight a lot. I wish there was more fights like that in the game. But yeah, right next to him is going to be Glass Cannon. And let's see, what else do I have here that I want you guys to make sure that you have double checked. Inverted Affinity. This is easily missed. You can get this over in the battlefield area. And the merchant that is selling it is Kasumi, if I'm not mistaken. Also, First Strike is very important just to make sure that you're going first. The First Offensive, do you have this or not? Let me know down in the comment section below. Everybody who doesn't hit the same numbers as me, this might be very important for your build. And of course, like every other build, you're going to need Energizing Star 1, 2, and 3 if you can put those on the build. And that's pretty much it. I've added things like Augmented Counter 2. This was not originally on the build, I don't think. I think I had Augmented First Strike. I can't really like cross-check or do that right now because I don't have that computer in front of me. But yes, that is going to be all the major things I want you guys to take a quick look at. Make sure that you have the same thing that I have so that you're able to hit these insane damage numbers. The skills that I'm using are Last Chance, Floret Fury, Stindl, Phantom Strike, Power Lycée, and Gustav's Homage.
Okay, these are the abilities I want. This is the setup I want. Because I want to know, like, what is he actually doing? That entire beginning part was just like, oh my god, what is that? I didn't care about that at all.
The Augmented Counter 1, Second Chance, and Cheater. Not for any particular reason, that's just what I'm throwing on here for right now. And Medallum, well, that's going to be level 33. And in order to make it level 33, there's a couple of places you can get the maximum, I think it's called Perfect Chroma Catalyst. So if you go down to Rimwar's Draft, there is something called the Chromatic Creation. You can fight that guy and you can get one. After you defeat Simon, you get 2. If you go to the Paintress's Workshop, you can defeat the main boss that is like hidden in that area. You have to solve 3 puzzles, 3 jump puzzles, and once you solve all 3, you'll unlock the room for the boss. You'll fight the boss and you can get one from him as well. Those are going to be some quick, easy, perfect chroma catalysts for you to make sure that you're getting your weapons all the way up to 33. This could be very important for your build. Make sure you're throwing that up there so that you're not missing out on those extra deeps. Other than that,
I want to see how he actually plays the game, because I want to see what spells he uses.
Every single content that I possibly can for it, so I can give you guys all the possible guys that I can think of. Now, I did read a comment a little bit earlier today that was asking me, would I ever think about doing a, I guess you would say, walkthrough guide of the game, showing you different types of builds, different types of levels, all the different places you could possibly miss things and stuff like that. And if that is something that you guys really need, I do not mind at all. I don't know exactly how I will go about doing it, but I'm definitely considering it now, be it that there's so many people that are asking for it. Whatever is good content for you guys, that's what I'm here to produce. Other than that, this is going to be Golgra. We go straight into the fight. We go Last Chance first, of course. And then finally, I come over here and I just sauce her up with a Stindl. Remember, roulette is a double-edged sword. Sometimes you get like 13 million. Other times you get the full 51 million, 60 million, whatever it is. Right now we're hitting for 51 million. I can probably push that a little bit further, but we're getting recoats and grandiose chroma catalysts for all of our weapons and needs. That's going to be my L for you guys right now. I also will show you my builds. Fight, we go Last Chance first, of course, and then finally I come over here. If you go play,
Okay, well, let's see what these things are. Well, actually, no. You know what? I want to do, like, I only have 3 reset things. So, you know what? We're just gonna say, fuck it. This isn't worth it. I need to actually, like, sit down and, like, go through this if I'm gonna do this. This is way too much shit. I'm only level 45. I gotta do, like, an early game fucking build. Like, for some reason, I still can't do more than 9,999 damage. I don't understand. So, yeah, fuck it. It is what it is. We tried for today, boys.
123
Oh, shit.
Amitabh is now following. Thank you for following.
1, 2, 3!
Amitabh.
Amitabh!
You are enjoying the stream less than 4
Hi,
months and 3
sweetie.
plus 1.
Hatred was just telling me you used to Arch Commander Consummate and thinks he'd be a perfect match for us.
We are unfortunately ending
Smoking?
at the moment.
You.
Why?
What? Why are you smoking?
Maybe.
What? When did you start smoking?
But thank you for the follow.
1989-ish.
So you
I'm
have
glad
been
to see you.
lying. It all makes
Welcome,
sense.
welcome.
The filled ashtrays, the burning pine-scented hairspray.
Yes, I'll see it.
We'll be back again tomorrow.
Hey, voice.
So guys, remember, thanks for sticking around. We had some good laughs today, some pretty good stuff. Well, you know, it's tomorrow's the weekend basically. Like tomorrow's Friday for me. So, it's all about tomorrow, right? So hopefully maybe we'll get Reverse 9/11 done. And I don't know if I'll have any time to get the guide together for Expedition 33, but if I do, then we can do that. But I probably won't. So, fuck it. I don't know. We'll figure something out for tomorrow. Anyways, thanks for watching, guys. Really appreciate you guys. Have a great night. And remember, as always, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. VVXIIV. Hey guys, hey, how's it going? I'm doing good, Ambita. I can hold off on ending the stream if you guys want. You guys want to hear my story? You guys can tell me if my story is good. How about that? Ready for this shit? Okay, here we go. His breath released a cloud of smoke overwhelming the tint of stellar perfume. Heaving a breath. Oh, it's gonna be a little weird because there's a bunch of edits in here. This is the edited version. So, I'm gonna have to catch myself before I notice that I'm reading old stuff instead of the new stuff. His breath released a cloud of smoke overwhelming the tint of stellar perfume. He spoke. You know, you can't beat me. I'm the best. Give it up, Sleepy. The devil's husband is waiting his try. A soft voice from behind the chair sang, We require more wine. The gold-embroidered, diamond-inlaid poker table, the battlefield of dashed despair, had the men sitting firm in their chairs. Standing, Reginald broke the trend. Some gentlemen we have here. He strode to the minibar, preparing drinks for all the women. The wives of the men strutted up with empty glasses. They toiled their men to compliance with their own special tools. The men glanced at each other. Reginald turned towards Melanie, making a kissing face. She curtsied and blushed, escorting the rest of the women back to the couch. You say that like you hold something against it, Gina, Bob stated, looking over at his wife. Bob leans in on the table. She's definitely the devil. But better the devil you know. He looked over at Reginald. The only Sleepy I'm known for, Josh paused, raised his eyebrows and looked over at Reginald's wife. Yes, Sleepy with that all day and night. They all burst out laughing as Reginald sat back in his chair, never one to be outdone. At least I wasn't publicly humiliated over some similar event, Reginald mused. At least I raised a productive member of society, Reginald continued. What was it you said that you never do? Oh yeah, that's right. We all remember. Well, at least he's better at building bridges than Army over there. Burned a bunch of those with that healthcare memorandum. Our care. There you go. That's the one. I think pieces of that are still pressing together thanks to Josh. I don't know. My time wasn't too fond of that. But it is what it is, replied Reginald. Josh. At least I didn't tell him to do it. Josh looked over at Dick. Why did you do it? Dick's face went red and he just sat there waiting for it. Everyone burst out laughing, howling, pounding their hands on the table, shaking the poker chips. I can still throw down with the best, Reg, Josh said. Yeah, it's a long night, partner. Speed it up. We all want that joyride, Dick interjected. The men all sat firm in their chairs. Oh, we already read that. Josh had played his hand while the others were distracted. As the men looked down, their mood soured. Josh laughed. Bingo, bitches. The hell you mean bingo, senile old man? Armel stated, throwing his cards onto the table. We did say best 2 out of 3. Not my fault, you losers. The Rizzle Dizzle. Oh, I remember you, Rizzle. Sorry I didn't respond. I'm dead brained right now. We are overclocked. We did say best 2 out of 3. Not my fault, you losers, said Reginald. You hearing this guy? Even when he loses, he tries to win. If I was 20 years younger, I would actually be able to flip this table. Bob stood up with his hands firm on the table. You gambled and lost. Thank Reg at least for offering it, Dick retorted. Shut up, Dick. I didn't ask you, Bob stammered as he sat back down, pouring a drink and disappearing it. Melanie, spotting her moment, glided over. The knock echoed from the metal hatch. The men at the table were too engrossed in their shenanigans. She placed her arm on the frame, leaning slightly and pressing the intercom button as she began to speak. Who is it? The voice came as no surprise. Daniel, ma'am. Can I come in? Oh, I wouldn't have it any other way. The hatch opened. She pressed her body against the wall, slithering out of his way. Daniel adjusted his tie and cleared his throat. They walked to the poker table. Melanie mimicking Daniel's every step, her hand falling against his. Melanie walked beside him, mimicking his steps. They approached the poker table. Oh, yeah, that's just like a bunch of editing shit there. Reporting in, sir. We are ready for takeoff. All the delegates have reached a consensus. The landing in Dubai has been prepared. Do we have the all clear for takeoff? Yeah, don't worry there, young buck. We got this. Thanks for the heads up. Understood, sir. I'll go inform the pilot. Melanie put her hand around Daniel's. I can go with you. She winked. And give my opinion. Daniel placed his hands over hers. Thank you for the offer, my lady. However, that would be most unnecessary. She snickered and walked him to the door. Well, this is the least I can do. She kissed him on the cheek. He left the room with relief, his inner thoughts fuming. That woman is a menace, always playing games. The fate she sealed in other men led them into a cold sweat. He walked through the lavish corridors of the massive fuselage. Okay, this is just grammatical error. He walked through the lavish corridors of the massive fuselage. I don't know, that's an editing thing. There's some fucked up things with editing. The 2 men guarding the on-ramp on the plane fell in line as they saw Daniel coming down the aisle. At ease, men. Keep those eyes sharp. This is a big assignment. Don't gawk just because you met the greatest men in the world back to back. He saluted and walked towards the steps, leading towards the upper deck. Maybe that's not the last... Again, editing shit. There's some fucked up shit in here. He walked the steps up to the top deck. The sound of 2 men laughing broke him out of his cage. The pilots must have gotten bored and started naming the worst case scenarios. He knocked on the door of the flight deck. Password? Pussy. There was laughter from inside the cabin and the door swung open. Best in the business, slick as a seal, stable as a mountain. Are we finally ready to get underway? The pilot asked. I haven't created a character for the pilot yet. So he doesn't have a name or anything because this is the only interaction in the story. But I have to give him a name at some point in time. Because it says the pilot way too many times, or I have to change how he's interacted with. First I have to know what you were hollering about 2 minutes ago. The 2 men looked at each other. You sure about that? It's been pretty quiet in here. Oh, give it up. I ain't spilling the beans. You can let me in. He nudged the pilot with his elbow. Seriously, nothing. Fine, be a tough nut. I guess you can begin takeoff preparations. I'm gonna do a security sweep. See you guys on the other side. Closed the door, pulling a cigar from his vest pocket. He lit it as he began to inspect the plane. He fell into routine. As he walked along the rows, inspecting the seats, the engine roared to life. He braced for the tension as the plane began to move. By his practiced nature, he was in the moment once more. A sound pulled him from his inspection. Near the rear, the presidential suite. At first, he dismissed it as ghosts from the engine. Sometimes your ears play tricks on you over the constant noise, altitude, and pressure shifts of a climbing aeroplane. This time, the sound caught wind in his ears. He knew instantly something was wrong. He closed in on the door to the presidential suite. The sounds grew louder. He had his doubts. Those old farts can't move that fast. He unholstered his gun and drew it. He opened the door. One line of threats instantly erased itself from his mind. A singular node of perception illuminated the facade. Alcohol bottles, condom wrappers, weed mixed with coke and tobacco. The room was a disaster. Sir, you need to come up to the... He trailed off as the door to the master bedroom opened. A man emerged, bathrobe hanging open, his face was lost in a bottle. We have a problem, child. He emphasized child. Come up to the presidential suite, Daniel continued, talking into his vest radio. The rush struck him into a youthful state. He was invulnerable. Sharp spices mixed with body odors, cinnamon, jasmine. The sound of K-pop blared. The room was a disaster. Tanner snorted and rubbed his nose, then swallowed. The burn of the booze felt fresh compared to the drip in the back of his throat. He leaned back, rolling his neck. The flash of a camera, followed by the distinct click, again and again. Cindy picked up a card separating a line from the pile. She picked up the bill, rolling it with practiced ease. She snorted. Woo! I love this rich stuff, baby. You make me so happy. Fucking right's my dad's personal stash. He thinks he's so special. Makes me glad I live the way I want. He can suck it. Tanner set up another few lines, taking them in succession. Harold, make sure you get this shot. Tanner reached for the bottle, swinging it back. A press badge in his chest and a camera in his hand, the young man positioned himself in the most cinematic angle. 7, 8, 9, 10. He finished the bottle off. Yeah, easy peasy, lad. Just make it look as bad as possible. The worst frames are gold. Cindy had taken another 3 lines, her face red as she grabbed the empty bottle. You had to finish it off before grabbing another one and leave me hanging. It's the way it's gotta be sometimes, baby. Don't take it personally. I'm just a dick. Patting her on the head, he got up to look around for another bottle. He lifted up the newly opened bottle from the mini fridge. Get like 5 from multiple angles of this. Swinging his head back and pressing the glass to his lips, he side-eyed Cindy as she crossed her arms, giving in to the play. The camera flashed and sung to the beat of exasperated gulps. He slammed the bottle down on the table, the echo signaling the result. Swaying as he walked towards the counter, his eyes fixed on the remains of coke left on the table. And then I have to write this scene, but basically, out of, like, spite, Cindy does, like, super quick, lines up the coke as he's stumbling over, and does it because he fucked with her her with the booze. He's fucking with her with the coke. So that gets rid of this. And then he's like yelling at her basically to go get more, and he's gonna leave. And then they're like, well, We shouldn't leave the suite. No one should come in here. I haven't edited any of this from below. From here on out, this is all raw. Come in here, but we leave. There's a chance, Harold stated, knowing it was useless. The stash is down there, so I'm going to get it. I'll be back. The intercom on the chair arm buzzed to life with the sound of Daniel's voice. We have a problem, child. Come up to the top deck presidential suite. Yeah, after this hand. Josh turned off the radio and leaned forward on the desk. All in. He slid his chips across the board. Do or die, my friends. Fate is in our hands now. The men all grumbled. Some folded, some matched. It was a three-man contest now. Josh, Reg, and Dick. Final hand, read and weep. A stone-cold victory. He could relish this moment as he walked the plane. The thought of them steaming and no way back. Josh instantly recognized the style. Tanner! He managed to scream. The shock of it took even Daniel by surprise. The fury in his eyes, the disappointment mixed with pride, a struggle that never left. Response scene with security call. Tanner attacking Daniel to get down the stairs to the lower decks where the president and the rest of the ex-presidents and wives are. Harold and Cindy freak out, and Cindy goes live on TikTok or some shit app name for like 10 seconds, streams the presidential chief of security and president's son plus president and say the plane has been taken hostage. To portray the oh yeah, and then this is like a commentary on the presentation of the news and how the news portrays certain you know, events. So you know that the event is actually this really fucked up like drug scenario that's going on between like president and his kid on the plane, but the news is a completely different story. Even only running with this 10-second clip of this random prostitute and journalist on a plane. So that's the context for this scene. We interrupt this broadcast to bring you urgent news. There has been a communication loss with Air Force One, where the president and all the former presidents are heading to Dubai for the World Health Summit. There is very little information, but we have received this small clip taken from Utah. The rustling of a jet engine, a phone camera darting around, a woman's voice. They have the president! We're under attack! Help us! A man with a press tag and a camera in his hand steps into the frame shouting, Get your hands off him! This is being streamed to the whole world! You are done for now! There's a loud bang and the clip cuts off, and a click, and the clip cuts off. That is all we have from inside the plane at the moment. Is this some kind of hijacking? Could this be a mutiny? Stay tuned as we gather more information. We have reached out to the military and have not heard back. We are now reaching out to Dubai and their government to assist in locating and tracking the plane. We bring you the latest in the situation with Air Force One. It appears there was an unregistered boarding of the plane by multiple people before it took off. These people have put the lives of the president and the former presidents in danger. What we know is this may be connected to the Dubai Health Treaty the summit is to vote on this week. The tension around this subject has been palpable, enforcing a worldwide mandatory all-in-one shot. This mixes all the flu and disease shots into one effective cure. The nation is fractured by this bill. Attempts to stall or postpone this meeting have all been seen in demonstrations all across the nation. Could this be an act of the people? We have made contact with the Embassy of Dubai. Devin has more. Take it away, Devin. Good evening. This tumultuous event has put all of us on edge. There's been growing support of the new, some call it, cure for cancer, but the world does not seem ready for it. This new drug will not just cure cancer, but all the previous diseases we have cured are mixed into to create a super vaccine. The world has voted on making this mandatory at birth to maintain a healthy society. The cure only works at a young age to adapt with your body and grow in order for it to become effective. This has caused mass controversy over forcing parents to give their kids what some call an experimental drug, despite the fact it has been in the making for almost 70 years, and new breakthroughs allow it to be finally finished. The pushback from the Western world has pressed the rest of the world into protecting itself. That's great information, Devin, but what is to be done about the plane hijacking? There's several options we have, Dave. We've located the plane. Despite no communications, it has not deviated from its course. It appears to be on its way to the Dubai airport. Several planes have been launched to intercept and inspect the plane to make sure there is no visible damage. It will take several minutes for the planes to intercept. Hold on there, Devin. We are getting reports that there are videos coming out of the public in the area showing Air Force One. We'll cut to a few of those clips. A camera pointed up with a bunch of skyscrapers and a large plane streaking through the sky at an absurdly low altitude. The engines can be heard over the noises of the crowds behind the camera. A few clips showing this flash on a screen, most 5 seconds long. Dave, I'm getting a report. We have a visual of Air Force One. It's deviated and descending too soon. We are not sure what is going on. We'll turn you over to that scene. A camera pointed off the top of a building zooms in on a plane flying lower, getting dangerously close to the skyline. The markings on the plane matched Air Force One. The Burj Khalifa comes into view as the camera panned out, tracking the plane. The angle of the camera and the zoom from such a distance distort the image. The plane disappeared behind the view of the Burj Khalifa. We seem to have lost track of a giant explosion erupts in the background. The sound of grinding metal and shattering glass follow with smoke and flames. The plane comes smashing through the Burj Khalifa, the wings torn from it. It rolled through the building. It crashed through the floors as it dropped, smashing headfirst into the ground and exploding with a ferocity that dwelt in the soul for ages. And that is reverse 9/11. And then there's possibility for a sixth scene where this leads to World War III, but I'm not sure. But yeah, this whole scene 5 needs to be completely edited. That's just the raw scope. But hey, I hope you guys liked the most controversial story that has ever been written. Oh, I guess one thing I can do is we can go back over and we can do a little bit of a summary here. So we got this conversation between them all, right? So this is Bob talking, and he's talking to Reginald, who he calls Gina. And he's looking over at Reginald's wife, who's Melanie. So Reginald is Trump, and Melanie is Melania. Bob is Bill Clinton. And the devil is Hillary Clinton. Josh is Sleepy Joe, i.e. Joe Biden. And where does he come in? Right. Then there's Armil, who's Obama, and that's Obamacare. And yeah. So they're like making fun of each other for all of these things. So it's like Donald's making fun of, or Bill's making fun of Donald for his wife. Donald's making fun of Bill for his wife. Donald's making fun of Joe for, calling him Sleepy Joe, basically. And then, Joe is making fun of Reginald's wife. And then, which is Donald, which is Melania. And then, Reginald responds by talking about Obama and Obamacare. And how, disgraceful and, fall apart it is. And then he's talking about Tanner, which is Hunter Biden. And he's productive member of society, Trump talking about his daughter, as opposed to Hunter Biden. And then he's like, the thing that you said you'd never do is pardoning Hunter. And then there's Richard, who's Dick, who's Bush. And then they all look over at Bush and say, why did you do it? Why did Bush do it? 9/11, right? Because this is a 9/11 joke story. So you have to have why did Bush do it, right? And yeah. So that's the if you know dog whistling of this entire paragraph of critique of the entirety of, like, every president. And the only one who didn't... It's kind of funny, because if you look in and among here, the only one who didn't get a personal insult was Obama. Because there wasn't really anything to personally insult him about. That was the only one that insulted his bill, which was like Obamacare. So I think that's an interesting contrast there, that everyone's making personal insults to each other, except they can't make a personal insult to him, so they insult the fact that his Obamacare didn't work. But yeah, that's just the most controversial story I've ever written. But anyways, again, thanks for watching, guys. We had a good day today. It is what it is, right? So we will see you all again tomorrow, hopefully. So let's see who we can raid. I was forgetting about the English tag. I'm like, oh, there's a ton of them. And I'm like, oh, they're not English. I don't want to send you guys to a non-English. This one doesn't look English, but it says English, so I don't know. But, hey, I don't think we've raided this guy in a while, so let's do this. Here you guys go.